matchup by now for Super Bowl 51. The New England Patriots and the Atlanta Falcons. Bosher to kick it away with Dion Lewis waiting deep. Glad you're with us on Fox. And now it's time to play football. The three-time Super Bowl MVP, Tom Brady, who has virtually every record for a quarterback during Super Bowl play, is out guiding this offense. You think he's fired up? Usually is on the sideline. He's got a record of 4-2 as he plays in his 7th, and he's already pumping the fist and yelling on the sideline before this Super Bowl start. All right, Aikman, here we go, starting from the 25. Starting with a throw, and the pass incomplete for Edelman, and he got popped. Last guy to hit him was Devondre Campbell, the rookie linebacker, and we'll give you the lineups. And we'll give you a look at the skill players. We'll see kind of a three-headed monster at the running back position for the New England Patriots. And then up front, a much improved offensive line with David Andrews in the middle at center. Improved from a year ago, 2nd and 10. Brady finds Edelman, and he's knocked down short of a first down. He gets 9, brought down by Philip Wheeler. 3rd down and 1 coming up.
Well, you see Tom Brady, he's able to slide in the pocket. Certainly one of the big keys for this Atlanta Falcons defense is, will they be able to get pressure on Tom Brady? He slides and maneuvers within the pocket as well as anybody. Not a threat as a runner.
Here's Blunt on 3rd and 1 and didn't get it. Dion Jones, the rookie linebacker, is in there to make the stop for Atlanta. And it's 3 and out to start the game for the Patriots.
Well, Dion Jones, number 45, right in the middle. He has really come on strong here at the end of this season. He's able to shoot the gap. He makes a play on LeGarrette Blount. That is a great start for this young defensive unit to get off the field with a 3 and out.
Ryan Allen will punt it with Eric Weems, a veteran, waiting deep. There has never been a punt return for a touchdown in Super Bowl history. There has never been a punt return for a touchdown in Super Bowl history, and flags are down. Nate Ebner, who was an Olympian on the rugby team, down there to make the stop after a 10-yard return.
5 receiving team, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Sounded like 55, and that's Paul Warlow, who was guilty of a hold. That's who it's against. And here's Matt Ryan. And Troy, you know better than anybody, it's what you do in the big games. It's what you do in a game like this. He came into this postseason with a career record of 1-4. He's been outstanding getting to this Super Bowl.
He really has. He's done a great job protecting the football. He's been awfully good through the 2 playoff games, and you can just imagine the emotion that's going through him right now as he's about to take his first snap in the Super Bowl. And when you think about Matt Ryan, the only thing that has kept him from being mentioned with the greats in the game on a consistent basis is not having a Lombardi trophy.
Named as the NFL's MVP last night, starting from the 8. Freeman on a toss, running left. Blocker in front of him, Matthews. Good start, and Freeman breaks loose. Devontae Freeman, welcome to the Super Bowl, out to the 45. Brought down by Malcolm Butler in a carry of 37.
Excellent blocking here. Jake Matthews comes out. You're going to see Julio Jones. He seals the inside. They're able to stretch it, and then Devontae Freeman hits it going north and south. That's one of the things about this running game for the Falcons. In visiting with Kyle Shanahan, he says he's got to be able to run it on the perimeter, and that's hard to do against this Patriots defense, but they do it on the first play.
From the 8 to the 45 in one play. Gets another crack at it, cuts upfield, and Devontae Freeman on first down gets 3. Let's go back to that previous carry by Freeman and see the blocking by Julio Jones.
He's a complete receiver, and all the things that he's able to do within the passing game, and then to be able to come up and make key blocks like that. He's a terrific player. He's played through a lot, but that was a great start for this Falcons offense.
So now Freeman comes out in the other half of this great tandem. Tevin Coleman, second-year player from Indiana, comes in. Second and 7, pass caught. DeMarco, the fullback, takes it into New England territory. Patrick Chung on the stop, a gain of 3. Let's look at the skill players, and they've got a lot of them. Touchdown passes from Matt Ryan to 13 different players during the course of the regular season. That's an NFL record.
And you talk about Matt Ryan and the year that he's had. Well, why is that? Because they went out and really brought in some quality players at the skill position with Mohamed Sanu, Taylor Gabriel, and then, of course, pairing them up with these running backs. He's got a lot of weapons on the offensive side to get the ball to.
Tevin Coleman at the top of the screen on 3rd and 4. Ryan in trouble, and down he goes. Ball is out, but they're going to rule that Ryan was down. This is no fumble, but Trey Flowers made the play, and it's 4th down for Atlanta. A loss of 12 on that sack, and Trey Flowers has been playing brilliant football.
He sure has. He came on awfully well as the season progressed. Guy who was limited last year and just physical with these wide receivers. Initially, Matt Ryan was working to his right, and then Flowers just able to beat Jake Matthews and get to Matt Ryan.
Yeah, the knee clearly down, so no fumble. Good call. And it was Carl Cheffers, the referee, who made the call. So now the punt from Bosher. The drive that started at the 8 stalls, but Bosher hits a beauty back inside the 10, right around the 6. Edelman stopped short of the 10. And the first guy there was Justin Hardy after a 55-yard punt. Each side's had it once. There's no score early. Back to work. Tom Brady serving as an NFL Play 60 ambassador, encouraging kids to get active for 60 minutes a day. They marked Edelman down at the 10. Here's a handoff to Edelman. Got away from one, but not much, and he gets popped out of bounds. No flag. And Edelman gets up yelling at the official. A gain of 2.
Well, it's interesting. You watch New England, and as you see the end of this play here, Deion Jones comes in and is able to get a hit on him at the end of it. The crowd didn't like it, but to open up this game, New England spreads out the Falcons. They try to throw the football. They come back on that first down there with 2 tight ends, hand the ball to Edelman. The Falcons playing well.
Second down and 8. Brady hangs in and finds his top target, Edelman. Rather, Amendola for 13 yards and a first down. It's Edelman or Amendola, 2 little guys, and this time it's Julian Edelman for 13.
I mean, we talk about the Falcons and the weapons that they have on the offensive side of the ball. These receivers for Tom Brady are awfully good, and they create some challenges of their own. Danny Amendola, it's been a tough year for him. He's been limited in a lot of ways with some injuries, but he is coming on, and if he can be a factor, he makes things a lot tougher.
He missed about a month with an ankle injury. Here's Brady, has a man on the sideline. It's Hogan. Hogan, who starred in the championship game against Pittsburgh. 9 catches, 180, and 2 touchdowns, has 15 here.
Yeah, Chris Hogan, you know, what a story he is. And he's an excellent route runner working against Jalen Collins. Good timing. The Falcons are getting a little bit of pressure there on Tom Brady, but with that kind of timing, no way to defend that.
I thought it was interesting when he talked with Josh McDaniels, Brady's offensive coordinator, and he said, I don't see Brady's eyes leaving his targets or going down to the pass rush at all, even at the age of 39. It's impressive. Here's Blunt. Play gets strung out, and Blunt ends up with a 2-yard gain. Keanu Neal on the tackle, the rookie safety, and we'll look at this defense. The numbers don't knock you out, Troy Aikman, but this is a defense that is on the rise. They're very young. and they got much better as the season went on.
Well, they sure did. And how about the NFC Championship game when they were able to shut out the Packers there in that first half? And we've seen a lot of growth, a lot of young players, but they're going to be tested unlike ever before in this ball game with Tom Brady.
2nd and 8. Brady has a rookie, Mitchell. And Mitchell went backward a bit. He's going to be short of a first down. Malcolm Mitchell, who missed 2 late season games with a knee injury, gets 7. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Well, the combination is the best combination in the history of the league as far as head coach and quarterback. And Bill Belichick, in his 7th Super Bowl as a head coach, he passes Don Shula here tonight. 3rd down and 1 for the 2nd time in this first quarter. Out of the shotgun, Brady. Pass was behind but caught by James White. Good move. And White to the 40. Nice catch by the young running back, good for 11.
Well, James White, he is a real threat as a receiver. Was 2nd on the team this year with 60 receptions. They split him out. He's capable of doing a lot of things, and they motion him back in towards the formation, and he's able to get a pretty good release and convert the 3rd down.
Tom Brady has started 5 for 6. He's hit 5 different receivers. Cameron Fleming, an extra offensive lineman, comes in. And with that, they play action. Brady sacked at midfield. And it's big Courtney Upshaw, who has a Super Bowl sack. And he says that's 1, a loss of 9.
Well, they're trying to get verticals through here, but the Falcons play it well. And you're going to see Courtney Upshaw off the play action. He's able to come in and off the edge as well with the pressure that's back in his face. Shaq Mason. The Patriots trying to go play action, take a shot down the field. The Falcons secondary plays it well, and then they get home up front.
2nd and 19. Brady floats it downfield. Pass is incomplete for James White. Got his hands on it, couldn't secure the catch. Deion Jones in coverage.
If you're going to play the Patriots, you better be able to cover this route right here. They like being able to get White down the field, and that's a good matchup right there between 2 guys that can really run. Deion Jones is as fast as any linebacker in football. White just unable to make a play on that one.
2nd round pick from LSU. 3rd down and 19 now. Brady has to move. And down he goes again. This time it's Grady Jarrett.
Well, 3rd and long, and the Falcons decide to go too deep and then man underneath, and they cover it up awfully well. And with time, Brady just unable to find a receiver, and then eventually the protection breaks down on him. It's an excellent job of getting off the field once again.
Allen hits the punt, kind of a knuckleball, and a fair catch called for and hauled in by Eric Weems. 37-yard punt. Falcons have it for the 2nd time in this game. No score early in Super Bowl 51. Tom Brady sacked 19 times in 14 games this year. 2 on that drive by the young Atlanta defense. Both backs in there. To the right and left of Matt Ryan, and it's Tevin Coleman running to the right. Has an alley. And a nice carry on 1st down of 9 yards brought down by Devin McCourty.
You go back and take a look at Grady Jarrett and where he travels from all the way around to the left side. He keeps playing and circles back and is able to make a play. And talking to Dan Quinn, he said, I think Grady Jarrett can be a guy who can certainly put some pressure on Tom Brady inside. That was a long way to travel to get home.
2nd down and 1. Wide open open is the fullback DeMarco, and he's got a first down across the 30. Let's give you a look at the Atlanta Falcons, their season in review. They finished with a record of 11-5. They scored 540 points, the most in the NFL. They had 6 players selected to the Pro Bowl. And so far in the postseason, they have defeated Seattle, they defeated Green Bay, advanced to their 2nd Super Bowl in their 51-year history. Freeman on a toss. Well played. Branch was in the middle of it. Flowers, you name it, a gain of 2. About the defense for New England. It's coordinated by Matt Patricia. And up front, you see a bunch of the names, not just the starting lineup, but names that you will see within this game. Flowers already has a sack in this game. The linebackers, they added Kyle Van Noy during the course of the season. The secondary, very underrated. 2nd and 8.
I think this entire defense is underrated. It's an awfully good group.
Here's a toss to Coleman running left. And a nice play made by Logan Ryan. Coleman was looking for first down yardage, got knocked down short of it, a gain of 5, 3rd and 3.
Tell you what, Kyle Shanahan, he's got to be awfully happy with the way that the Falcons are running the football. They've been able to get on the perimeter. That's what they opened the game with right there. With Jake Matthews pulling out, they cracked down to seal off the edge. But a number of times already here in this first quarter, they've gotten on the edge, and that's typically difficult to do against this Patriots defense. They want to funnel everything inside to those big guys, but the Falcons, they've been able to get on the perimeter.
3rd down and 3. Ryan steps up and is going to slide down with a loss on the play. Alan Branch was there for the Patriots. And now each defense has made 2 stops, a loss of 2 on the play.
A little zone action with the defense. They drop defensive linemen underneath to cover up some of those underneath throws. So on 3rd downs now, when it looks like these offenses have started to get something going, defenses have been able to step up and make a play.
Patriots defense now has 2 3rd down sacks. Under 2 to play first quarter. Bosher hits another high hanging punt. Edelman from just inside the 10. Out of bounds across the 15. They'll mark him at the 18. 55-yard punt. 9 yards on the return. Hard to believe that with Tom Brady at quarterback, no first quarter points. In the previous 6 tries in the Super Bowl have been shut out so far.
Alert! 96. There.
Start at the 18-yard line. Brady, good protection. Edelman. First down across the 30. Tackle made by Alford. Gain of 13.
They go man-to-man coverage in the secondary, and Julian Edelman. This guy is a great receiver, and you see the move that he's able to make on Robert Alford, and that's the guy who's going to be matched up with Julian Edelman, and that is a tough task. Watching Julian Edelman's career, he had never played wide receiver. He was a quarterback in college, and he has made himself into one of the game's greats.
Late handoff to Blunt. Some room to run finally for LeGarrette Blunt. Alford on the tackle after a gain of 7.
You talk about these running backs, Joe, for the New England Patriots, and there's some pretty strong tendencies when each one of these backs is in the game, and when LeGarrette Blunt's in the game, most of the time they're going to run the football, and any passing they do is play action. So when he's in the lineup, Falcons load up expecting the run, but the Patriots have a nice play there.
Hand off again to Blunt. It's going to be a yard shy of a first down, maybe just a little bit more. On 2nd down and 3, and that will likely be the end of quarter number 1 in Super Bowl 51. Well, it's a 0-0 game after 1. The Atlanta Falcons, the New England Patriots. Fans have had fun so far. Back and forth, no scoring. This is the third time the city of Houston has hosted, second time this stadium has, back in 04, the 2003 season. New England Patriots won here over Carolina. See what's happened here, no scoring. 8 scoreless first quarter in Super Bowl history between both teams. This one, Edelman, first down and more. Edelman downfield, and Brady with plenty of time finds him for 27.
Well, this is what pass protection allows you to do. Initially, Tom Brady's trying to work Danny Amendola down here at the bottom of the screen, but good coverage. And so he gets off of him, and with time in the pocket, he signals to Edelman right here to take it up the field, knowing he's in man coverage, and then he beats him with the ball.
319, 319, 45, 319,
From the 33, Blunt gets it on the handoff. Ball's out. That ball is out. A flag is down. And now the fight for the football. And it belongs to Atlanta, but a flag is on the field. Bill Belichick told us.
holding number 88 offense. Because the result of the play is a fumble recovered by the defense, that penalty is declined. First down, Atlanta.
Bill Belichick told us this is the best strip team we will face all year, and it's the rookie Deion Jones. What a play in the first turnover. It belongs to Atlanta. How about the rookie? Second round pick out of LSU, and this is a Falcons team that practices. Second guy in, try to strip the ball, and that happened with Deion Jones forcing the fumble. LeGarrette Blount fumbled in the Patriots' first 2 games of the year. Hadn't fumbled in the previous 16 straight. But it gives Atlanta the football at their own 29. We'll go back to it in a minute. Play action. Ryan fires, and the pass is fought for. And Julio Jones somehow comes down with a football, showing how strong he is. 19-yard completion. What a catch.
It was unbelievable because the ball is just a little behind with good coverage from Logan Ryan and clearly contested, and he's just able to make a play on it. And those are the kinds of things that he does. He doesn't surprise anybody on this Falcons team. They watch him in practice. He's an amazing athlete, and he just made one heck of a catch.
First time he's been targeted in this first half. Ryan sideline, there he is again. Jones backs out of bounds with a first down inside the 30 at the 29, good for 23 yards.
This is why he's so dangerous, because once he gets so far down the field with his speed, you're threatened that he's going deep, and you've got to open it up yourself. But the timing with Matt Ryan coming off of it over to the sideline, you just can't stop it.
First time the Falcons have been inside Patriot territory. Good cutback by Freeman. Leads to the 14-yard line. And another first down for Atlanta.
Well, Alex Mack, we talked about his fibula and how he would hold up. He's at center. He does an excellent job of blocking, and then Freeman reads the cut off of the zone blocking scheme and just knifes it in the middle.
He ran Allen Branch out of the play. Here's Freeman again. What a cutback. Down near the 6, maybe the 5, and they're going to mark him just inside the 6, a gain of 9.
Yeah, Devontae Freeman, he can cut on a dime, and he's perfect for this Kyle Shanahan running game. We saw it on the previous play. Now they come back with it the other way, and he sees the cutback once again and makes some people miss.
And now Hightower's trying to call a timeout, and they finally grant it as Atlanta kept coming up to the line in a hurry. And the Patriots trying to catch their breath, trying to make the turnover turn into points here in Super Bowl 51. The Atlanta Falcons during the regular season rushed for over 120 yards per game. That was good for 5th in the NFL. They're averaging over 11 yards a carry here in the first half against New England. 2nd and 1. Freeman, what a cut! Touchdown, Atlanta.
put Julio Jones in the backfield. They're going to show it looks like they may go play action and then throw the ball to him. They get defense flowing a little bit. Mohamed Sanu, excellent job of blocking on the perimeter and an easy touchdown. And the Falcons have gashed this defense on the ground.
Ryan now for the point after. Seven to nothing Atlanta. It started with a strip. The rookie Deion Jones forced the turnover. Dan Quinn thrilled. His team turns it into 7 and a lead. Compliments of Freeman. On that drive, Julio Jones had the first 42 yards. Devontae Freeman had the last 29, including the 5-yard touchdown run. And for Freeman, his 10th rushing touchdown over the last 9 games. These two teams tied for the league low with 11 giveaways offensively, and a fumble by LeGarrette Blount leads to the points by Atlanta. Taking it out of the end zone is Lewis. And Dion Lewis tripped up as he crosses the 15. Now you can be the player and see the play through the quarterback's eyes.
You see Matt Ryan and what he sees off the play action, and he looks out there and he sees that he's got man coverage with safety help over the top to Julio Jones, and it's just a matter of beating him with the ball, and that's the big play that Julio had when he got strong at the catch and hauled that one in. And right now, Joe, this New England Patriot team, this is the first time that they've trailed in a game since week 12.
That was against the Jets, and now here they are starting at their 16 down 7. Brady floats it toward the sideline, broken up. Mitchell the target, and good coverage by C.J. Goodwin. A former receiver in college, and he's really been learning the position of cornerback in the NFL.
Yeah, now he gets to do it on the biggest stage here in Super Bowl 51, and played sparingly. Mitchell initially looked like he had the ball, but Goodwin, he comes in and makes a play. I know in visiting with Dan Quinn, he said Goodwin could be a factor in this game, but he expected it to be more with him matched up on some of these running backs as receivers. He makes a play there on Mitchell.
The late handoff to Deion Lewis. Not much initially. Deion Jones couldn't bring him down, but then the Falcons swarmed to the ball. Ricardo Allen was in on the tackle, a gain of 3. Brian Poole there as well. 3rd and 7. And they're the first 3 possessions for Bill Belichick's New England Patriots.
Well, we talked about it coming into the game, Joe, as to how this young Falcons team, especially this defense, was going to hold up with the emotion of the game. And they are flying around, and they have made some plays. That play by Deion Jones, he's had a heck of a first half already, but that forced fumble was big.
3rd down and 7. Brady steps up, finds White, and he's brought down immediately. And there's Goodwin again. It's 4th down. And after falling behind, the Patriots go 3-0.
They go Julian Edelman in motion, and because Alford follows him, Brady knows he's got man coverage. He comes underneath to James White. You'd think that's a good matchup, running an option route against C.J. Goodwin, and Goodwin comes up. 2 big plays now on that drive, makes an open field tackle to force a punt.
And over and short punt, and it checks up. Good starting field position for Atlanta. They lead by 7. They'll start outside their own 35, and the 4-time Super Bowl champion frustrated. 10:37 left on the scoreboard clock, and you see the ball control. That battle's being won by New England, but the Falcons lead by 7. Starting at their own 38, play action. Ryan, wide open. Gabriel inside the 40. And the young receiver who was cut from the Cleveland Browns, who has had a big year, gains 24.
Yeah, so you see Julio Jones, he goes through the middle, and because he's puncturing the middle of that defense, it softens up that deep safety, and it allows Gabriel to get in there uncontested for a nice completion.
Ryan keeps it, rolls out to his left, has to get rid of it to the sideline. It's a catch, Julio Jones. What a throw and what a grab by number 11. Gain of 18.
The body control as he gets both feet down and is able to secure the catch. Eric Rowe in coverage, and this is with safety help. It's not one-on-one, so he's able to trail, and he's been doubled throughout this ball game, and yet he's still making big plays.
Matt Ryan is 6 for 6 for 96 yards. Falcons have been able to run it and run it well. Tevin Coleman this time, Scott, with a gain of 1.
Yeah, you look at this running game for the Falcons, and as I said, this is a New England defense that has been really good in run defense. They're only giving up just under 90 yards a game, and heck, the Falcons almost have that with 9 minutes to play in the second quarter. So this is a defense that's not accustomed to teams running the football the way that the Falcons have, and when you're able to do that, all the things that the Falcons have done well all year continues to be in play, and the play action stuff and the big shots down the field.
Second down and 9. Ryan unloads the tight end. Hooper fought for the ball. Chung in coverage. And it's incomplete. Third down and 9.
Well, that was Hooper playing defense right there. Patrick Chung, he's in a great position, and when that ball came out, it looked to me like Chung was going to be able to make an interception on the ball, and Hooper's able to get in there and break it up.
Falcons are easily inside field goal range for the big leg kicker, Matt Bryant. Third down and 9. End zone. Pass is caught for the touchdown, Austin Hooper. But a flag is down. And it's going to be against New England. The touchdown will stand.
You're going to see Julio Jones and Devin McCourty, the safety. They're doubling him inside out. When you do that, you go one-on-one elsewhere. And Austin Hooper, he's able to beat Chung.
Penalties declined. Result of the play.
And really the throw
Touchdown.
threw him open on that play. It looked a little bit to me like Hooper might have gotten away with something, you know, on the grab to be able to get inside and make a play on that ball.
Well, he's a rookie, Austin Hooper, a 19-yard touchdown. He had 3 during the regular season. A knee injury cost him the final 2 games of the regular season, but he's got a Super Bowl touchdown. And the Atlanta Falcons have an extra point. A flag is down, and it looked like the player, Shane McClellan, who jumped over, may have mistimed his leap. So Bryant, he was right in Bryant's face to the point where Mack couldn't even attempt the extra point. Here's a call.
Number 58, defense. He was on the line of scrimmage at the time the ball was snapped. 5-yard penalty, retry.
Mike Pereira, the call was an illegal formation against the defense.
Yeah, I really don't like the call, although he tries to time the leap. If he's on the line of scrimmage directly over the center, then that's an illegal formation. But he came through over the gap, and so really, to me, this is not a foul.
Well, it moves the ball up to the 10. You can see Bill Belichick saying he's not on the center, he's on the guard, with maybe a word or 2 left out. It's a 14-0 game. Well, Matt Ryan's playing like a superstar. And this young Atlanta team leads by 14. Lead by 14. It's the largest deficit in a Brady Belichick Super Bowl for the Patriots as they play in their 7th together. 8:48 left in the first half. And Tom Brady and the offense will set up at the 25. Coming up, it's the Alfa Romeo halftime report. As Tom Brady comes back onto the field. Kurt, Terry, Howie, Michael, and Jimmy. First half highlights and analysis. And a social media check-in with Katie Nolan. Well, now Brady is in a 14-point hole. You look at the total yards this quarter with 8:48 left. Over the middle, the tight end, Bennett, a Houston native, has got a first down. And just to add to that stat about the largest deficit for the Patriots in a Brady Belichick Super Bowl, no team has ever come back from a 2-touchdown deficit to win a Super Bowl. 10 points is the biggest comeback multiple times, but this is a 14-0 game and an impressive start by Dan Quinn's Falcons. First down, New England. Brady passes short of Edelman, and he was well covered.
The way that this Falcons defense has been flying around the ball, they've done a lot of good things. And even with that being said, the Patriots, you know, they've moved the ball. That the turnover, the one turnover in this game is really, you know, when you look at the offense for the Patriots, they were rolling then and just unable to come away with any points, and that kind of ignited the Falcons offensively. And there it is right there with Deion Jones, and Jalen Collins made a similar play that kind of got that game turned around against the Green Bay Packers in the NFC Championship game.
On second down, Brady throws in the pass behind Amendola. And Brady was under pressure yet again, 3rd and 10.
Yeah, overall, they have been able to do a good job of getting to Brady, and they've been able to do it without having to start relying on bringing extra rushers. So with that, they're able to still play coverage. A 4-man rush. Brooks Reed, he's coming off the edge, and Brady feels the urgency to get the ball out. And they've been able to make him uncomfortable.
He's been hit 5 times, sacked twice. 3rd and 10. 4-man rush. Brady fires. Pass caught. Flag is down. James White with a catch short of first down yardage. Brady got hit after he let the pass go, but flags are down.
Boy, Dwight Freeney, he got home. You see Tom Brady, he's signaling that the penalty is against the Falcons.
It's a hold which carries with it an automatic first down.
The pass, holding, number 23 defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It's on Robert Alford, the hold. He's got a hold there of the right arm of Julian Edelman. Dwight Freeney, he put the spin move, his patented spin move, and was able to get a hit on Brady just as he was letting go of the ball.
Freeney with 122.5 sacks, 18th all time. Playing in his 3rd Super Bowl, went 1-1 with Indy. On first down, handoff to Blunt, and he is stood up at the line of scrimmage. Milano, a former Patriot, was in on the stop with Jonathan Babineau. There's Rob Gronkowski. He's been out since week 13 with a back injury. He's had surgery. He's excited, obviously, with how he feels right now going into next year. But when the Patriots lost Gronkowski, they lost a major down the middle of the field weapon.
A great player. Other people stepped up. Chris Hogan, you know, Malcolm Mitchell, but you just don't replace the threat of a guy like Rob Gronkowski and what he means to a defense and having to defend him.
They fake the handoff. Brady gets rid of it to James White. And White gets tripped up by Robert Alford. Had a lot of room if Alford doesn't make that stop. A gain of 7, 3rd and 3 coming.
And that's one thing that the Falcons defense has done a pretty good job of. Both of these offenses are outstanding in yards after the catch. But for the most part, when the Patriots have gotten the ball in their hands, they've been able to come up and make some pretty good open field tackles.
Third down and 3. Brady, flag is down. Pass incomplete. But a flag was thrown in the secondary, And it's a hold against Atlanta. That'll be another New England first down.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 34 defense, 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Well, that's on Brian Poole, and he gets caught with the hold, grabs a face mask on Danny Amendola, and Brady gets hit right at the end of that play. Devondre Campbell, he acts like he's going to rush, and then he backs out. He comes late, seeing Brady had time in the pocket, but with time, it's, as we talked about, with the speed and the quickness of these receivers, it really stresses these defensive backs. 2 first downs by penalty on 3rd downs during this drive. Here's Blunt right side with Devlin in front of him, not much. Takes it to the 45, a gain of 1 where Tyson Jackson makes the tackle. What, the Patriots have not been a great running football team this season. And the Falcons haven't been a great run defense, this season, and which was going to prevail. And here in this first half, this Falcons defense has done a good job stifling the running game of the New England Patriots.
Dion Lewis in the backfield with Brady on 2nd and 9. Brady, Lewis dropped it. Ricardo Allen was right on his back anyway, but now 3rd and 9 for Tom Brady. Timeout taken by Atlanta. Went out there a couple of different times. 3rd down and 9. So we were talking about earlier, the largest comebacks in Super Bowl history, 10 points 3 times.
Well, right now the Falcons are showing an all-out blitz.
3rd down and 9. Brady throws incomplete, but another flag. And it happened in the secondary, and it's another hold against Atlanta.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 34 defense, automatic, first down.
That's 3 defensive holds on this drive against Atlanta, and an easy call.
You see the release there by Malcolm Mitchell, and then it causes the hold. Devondre Campbell, he just went right through Shaq Mason at right guard, and Brady has to get the ball out. But now, like you said, another penalty, another one on Brian Poole, and whether it's been Amendola or Hogan or anyone else, they've put him in a bind.
All 3 of those holds have come on 3rd downs. Late handoff, it's Blunt. Well played by Atlanta. And Hageman came through and was the first one to greet LeGarrette Blunt. In the rushing yardage column, dominance by the Falcons. LeGarrette Blunt so far just 2 yards a carry, 8 for 16 with a fumble.
45. 319. 45. 319.
2nd and 10, play action. Brady fires passes, caught by Bennett, and he's got a New England first down. And again, Tom Brady just able to get rid of it before the pressure got to him. Completes it for 13.
Yeah, Martellus Bennett, he comes off the ball and he's able to get some separation there and to get the ball into his hands. And he's had to do a little bit more with Rob Gronkowski going down as well. He's bounced around a little bit. The Patriots give up a 4th-round pick for him, and
45.
He's come through with some nice plays throughout the season.
Fake the throw. They hand it off to Lewis. And they'll take it inside the 25 to the 24, a gain of 3.
Well, that's a nice drive right now by this Patriots offense. It's been aided, as we said, by some penalties with this Falcons defense. Kept some drives going, but down 14 points and first half winding down, needing to come away with something to get a little momentum back on their side. Now they're threatening.
Remember, the Falcons won the toss. They deferred. They'll get the ball to start the second half. 2nd and 7.
319.
Lewis. A spin, can't get away for extra yardage. Third down coming up. A gain of 1. And Grady Jarrett is there to make the big hit. The first guy there was Dwight Freeney.
Well, I think this defensive front for the Falcons was really challenged coming into this game. You see Grady Jarrett, I halfway expected to see a flag. When you start body slamming guys, you start looking for yellow flags coming out. But they have played really well, whether it's been getting pressure on Brady with a 4-man rush or playing the run. They have risen to the challenge here in this first half.
Third down and 6. Falcons overload the right side of the Patriots offensive line. Pass is picked. Intercepted. Robert Alford. He's gone. There are no flags. And the Falcons add to their lead. Alford with a pick 6. Yards on the return by Robert Alford.
They're trying to run a rub route with Amendola, then coming underneath, and you're going to see Alford. He's deep, and he just reads Brady. He drives underneath it. He makes a play, and Tom Brady's not able to slow him down. That's a great job now with the Patriots down in scoring position with 2 takeaways defensively, and this time it's a pick 6.
2:21 left in the first half, and this young defense on the biggest stage, shutting down Tom Brady. They've forced 2 turnovers, and they've turned those 2 turnovers into 14 points and lead by 21. Second-year head coach Dan Quinn. His group up by 21. Well, Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, is in his 3rd Super Bowl over the last 4 years. 2 times as defensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks, and his young defense is looking Seahawk-like, able to get pressure with 4. Secondary flying around, good active linebackers. Second down and 7. Brady gets hit as he throws it, somehow caught by Bennett. Unbelievable. That ball was up for grabs, and it drops into the arms of Bennett for 15 yards.
Yeah, Beasley does a nice job of coming underneath the block and getting a hit on Brady, and what typically happens on those types of balls are intercepted, but Bennett in the perfect position to make a play on the ball.
Wow. Now Devondre Campbell, the rookie linebacker, is down for Atlanta. We'll take a break here in Houston. Timeout had to be taken by Atlanta with the injury to Devondre Campbell. They're left with 1. Patriots have 2. Brady with protection misses Julian Edelman, who was wide open.
Well, they finally are able to get Edelman across the formation, and he's open. A perfectly designed play, and Brady just simply misses him. This time he is afforded a little more time in the pocket to deliver the football, and Dwight Freeney, who hasn't gotten home yet, has certainly been in the backfield a lot. He has had a heck of a first half, and it hasn't been lost on the Patriots. They worked him over pretty good on that last play.
Brady 4 for his last 10. 2nd and 10. Good protection again, and Brady finds a receiver. It's White. Nice move for a first down and more. Inside the 30. And with the clock running, they elect to keep their timeouts. A 28-yard catch and run.
Yeah, one of the few times we've seen the Falcons over pursue and unable to make a tackle after the catch.
First down from the 29. Quick setup and throw. Pass caught. Hogan. He's to the 21. Tom Brady has rallied the Patriots from a 21-point or more deficit to win a game 3 times in his career. So stay tuned. He's got the Patriots with a 2nd down and 2 with under 40 to play. Sideline not close for Hogan. Now 3rd and 2 with 30 seconds left, and go back to the catch and run by White.
And James White, he's in the backfield. Deion Jones in coverage and gets him running, and then Jones just not anticipating that White's going to get the ball thrown to him and not then there to make the tackle. We're able to pick up a nice gain, but this is a nice drive here. We'll see what the Patriots are able to do on 3rd down, but trying to come away with a touchdown at the same time, not leave too much time on the clock for Matt Ryan and the offense.
3rd down and 2. Pass is caught. 1st down. White to the 15, and a timeout taken by the Patriots, who scored on 6 of their first 8 possessions in the AFC title game against the Steelers. This is their 6th drive in this Super Bowl. No points so far, but they're in good position now. Down 21. Visit NFLshop.com after the game for the largest selection of Super Bowl 51 championship gear at the official store of the NFL. NFLshop.com. Brady has been under a lot of pressure against this Falcons defense.
Well, he sure has, and like we've talked about, it's been predominantly with a 4-man rush, and they've been able to get home. And you start getting hit like that and rushed, it has a huge impact then on a quarterback. And now as we look at this drive, this is a Falcons defense that last in the league, keeping people out of the end zone down here in the red zone.
23 seconds left in the half. 1st down. 1 timeout remaining. Patriots trying to get on the board. Brady hangs in, finds a receiver, and Edelman had him knocked away. And that's one of the stars of this first half, Robert Alford, who got his hand in there and avoided the completion right there.
And the ball was just thrown enough behind Edelman to where he couldn't catch it on the move, because he had a couple steps on Robert Alford. You see if he's able to hit him in stride, it's a touchdown. But Alford, with the ball slightly thrown behind Edelman, he's able to make the good play.
Now 2nd down. A screen for White, gets 1 block to the 5, inside the 5. And now 12 seconds left, and a flag is down outside the 10. There's Martellus Bennett.
Holding. Number 88 offense. 10-yard penalty. Repeat 2nd down.
Olatoye.
He had his shoulder pads lifted up like he was taking them off. It's a costly penalty. David Andrews, the center, he gets out and makes a big-time block that springs it. And now it's all coming back.
Yeah, and the killer is for New England is not only do you lose the yardage, you lose the time.
That's it.
Only 12 seconds left now. And 2nd and 15 from the 20. Second hold against Bennett in this half. Brady setting up a screen for Bennett that's going nowhere. And instead of going out of bounds, the clock continues to run, and Bill Belichick, as you can see, is there to call a timeout. And instead of putting up 7 before the half, it looks like the Patriots will have to settle for a Gostkowski field goal try.
Yeah, I don't know about that call by Josh McDaniels. You know, it was designed well, but if you get the ball with such little time to Martellus Bennett, it's unlikely that he's going to get it too much out of that play. So I think that's one that he'd like to have back.
Brady Jarrett got in there and made that play. It'll be a 41-yard try by Gostkowski, who is 29 of 31 all time during the postseason, and he has hit 20 straight. Good snap, good hold, kick is good. And with 2 seconds left in the half, the Patriots are on the board. They trail by 18. what Tom Brady had in mind when that drive was knocking on the door of the end zone. And Brady is trying to make history here tonight, become the first quarterback to ever win 5 Super Bowls. Is on the short end of this one, and the Atlanta Falcons, not a lot of believers coming into this game, especially about this defense, but man, have they played great. And Troy, there was so much talk about the New England defense, and they were the top scoring defense in the NFL this year, but this is the first time New England's defense is facing a quarterback that ranked in the top 10 in quarterback rating all year, and they happen to be facing the guy in Matt Ryan who ended first with an incredible number of 117.1.
Now, it's been a defense that has been questioned for that reason for much of the season in terms of who they've played against, and we certainly knew that this was going to be their toughest test, and the Falcons have done an excellent job. And I think for most people, though, if you'd have said the score would be 21-3 at halftime, I think most everyone would have thought that it would have meant the Patriots were the team with 21 points. This Falcons team, both sides of the ball, they've done an outstanding job, and really it just kind of seems like they've been playing at a little different speed than what the Patriots have been.
To the credit of head coach Dan Quinn, who brought his young team to the stadium here yesterday, let them get inside the locker room, take their pictures, have those moments, and then, as he told us during the week, once Sunday comes around, it's time to pop the trunk and go play. Squib kick, and that's the end of the first half as it's recovered by DeMarco. Falcons have turned 2 takeaways into 14 points.
This opening possession for both of these teams, I think, is big to start this second half. The Falcons, of course, they want to continue with momentum. Great job to end that half by the defense. Can the offense run the ball, the play action pass, and the things they did so well there in the first half? But more importantly, can the Patriots defense make a stop and let this Falcons offense know that, hey, they're going to have to continue to play and get the ball back to this offense?
Gostkowski kicks it away, and it's Weems from around the 5. And well covered by New England. Nate Ebner on the stop. Let's go down to the field and check in with Chris Myers.
Well, Bill Belichick said if you wait until halftime to make adjustments, it's too late. He started juggling things in the opening quarter, like how he was covering Julio Jones because they couldn't stop the run. And then when he did that, Julio Jones set up a touchdown. When I asked him about how his offense could get him back in the game, I got kind of a blank stare. But he did indicate turning this game around starts with stopping Matt Ryan and the Atlanta offense.
1 hour, 8 minutes. Since we last saw the Atlanta Falcons offense, they take over at their own 19, leading by 18. And they hand it off to Freeman. Nowhere to go. Hightower made the play. A loss of 3, and back down to the field. Here's Aaron Andrews.
Joe, you mentioned how long it's been for the Falcons offense since they've been on the field. Dan Quinn saying, look, it is what it is, and that's why our mindset starting here in the second half has to be, we're pedaling downhill. We just have to attack. Did ask him what he told his team. Reset. Forget about the first half. He mentioned what concerns him the most, this ball-hawking defense from the Patriots and their explosive offense. Joe?
Aaron thanks 2nd and 13 after the 3-yard loss by Freeman. Ryan underneath, Freeman on the reception. Can't make the 25, and a good play made by Logan Ryan. A gain of 7, so 3rd and 6 coming. An opportunity for this Patriots defense to get a stop and get Brady right back on the field.
No doubt this would be a big statement by this New England defense, and Kyle Shanahan, he comes out on first down, tries to run the ball. Dante Hightower makes a great play on first down, and that's something they were unable to do with this running game by the Falcons there in that first half.
3rd down and 6. Sideline broken up. Pass intended for Taylor Gabriel, and out there Eric Rowe, who was added in a trade week 1 of the season, a former 2nd-round pick by Philly.
Eric Rowe, he's young at the position, and looked like there was a little contact at the top of it, but they go after Eric Rowe one-on-one in a 5-man rush by the New England Patriots. And That's a big-time 3-and-out. That's hard to do against this Falcons offense. It's rare that they don't pick up a first down.
Well, it's the first Atlanta drive in this game without a first down attached to it. 4th down and 6. Bosher to punt. Goodwin. Edelman. From the 21. Breaks 1 tackle. Down the sideline. Bosher in on the stop. And a big-time return by Julian Edelman. Of 34 yards after a 56-yard punt. Here comes New England, down 18. During the break, a challenge flag thrown by Dan Quinn. We're going to get the call right now from Carl Chuffers. It was for that, the left foot of Edelman along the sidelines.
After review, the returner stepped out of bounds at the 47-yard line. That's where New England will have it, 1st and 10. Please set the game clock to 13:07.
Right now the ball sitting at the 45 of Atlanta. And I assume with that tight look, it's the 47 of Atlanta. And they're going to move it back to the 47 of New England. So some yardage taken away. 8 yards on the return by Julian Edelman. And here's a better look at it. Right there. So starting from their own 47, down by 18. Pass is off the hands of Chris Hogan. Good throw that time by Brady, and Hogan couldn't make the catch. Collins in coverage.
Yeah, good coverage by Jalen Collins. A lot of field there with man coverage to get the ball out on that boundary, and Chris Hogan just unable to make a play on that ball. Perfectly thrown ball by Brady.
Just 2 catches for 23 yards for Hogan. After that incredible performance against the Steelers in the championship game, 9 for 180. 2nd and 10. There's Amendola. Well played. Flag is thrown from the secondary. Brian Poole made the stop. The undrafted rookie out of Florida. And it's against New England.
Well, Brian Poole, he played that ball awfully well. A guy who had a couple holding penalties.
Pass interference, number 15 offense. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
So they decline the penalty. Instead of 2nd and 20, it's 3rd and 12.
There's the call on Chris Hogan, but you know, Brian Poole, he's anticipating the quick passing game. That's one of the things that the Patriots like to do in defense. That you have to be aggressive in attack, and that's what he was able to do. It makes a big time play.
3rd down and 12 for Brady.
Confusion there by this Falcons defense.
And Dan Quinn on the sideline, the head coach, called the timeout. So Dan Quinn's defense, which is coordinated by Richard Smith, will have a chance to talk about this 3rd down and 12. Last night, all the awards were handed out around the NFL. The NFL's assistant coach of the year was Kyle Shanahan, who it appears is headed to the 49ers to become their next head coach, with our former colleague John Lynch in the spot of general manager. And in that little head-to-head against Josh McDaniels, Kyle Shanahan's winning that battle. There he is upstairs. Right now it's Atlanta's defense out there, and McDaniels trying to find a way to get a first down. 3rd down and 12. Pass dropped. Edelman. And so despite the great starting field position for New England, nothing doing.
Well, as soon as they move Edelman down and Alford goes with him, he's in man coverage, and Tom Brady knows that, and this is where the Patriots are really dangerous most of the time. When you get Edelman running the shallow crossing routes, can't keep up with them with tremendous quickness and speed, but 2 drop balls there by Edelman and Hogan on that drive.
And end-over-end punt by Ryan Allen, and a fair catch hauled in by Weems. So the Falcons have it for the second time in this second half as they lead 21-3. Drive will start for Atlanta at their own 15 as they lead 21-3. First time in their last 21 possessions, the Falcons went 3 and out. That's how they started this second half. Coleman in the backfield. Pass is caught. Gabriel out across the 30. Taylor Gabriel, who has become a major weapon for Matt Ryan, gains 17.
Yeah, off the play action passing, and Taylor Gabriel, he gets in there, and this is the guy that can really fly. And the fact that he became available when the Cleveland Browns let him go, and Kyle Shanahan had some background with him when he was with the Browns as offensive coordinator. He picked him up, and boy, what a key acquisition he has been.
Toss to Coleman running right. It's having Coleman out across the 35. We haven't talked much about Alex Mack, who was the free agent added from Cleveland to really solidify this offensive line. He got hurt in the NFC Championship game. There are some reports out there that this fibula injury is actually a break. He didn't really want to talk about it much with us when we met with him during the week, but he's held up well.
Well, he sure has. He's made some big-time blocks, too, to get this running game going.
Ryan down the middle, wide open. Gabriel. And a busting coverage by this Patriots defense.
Well, Taylor Gabriel, he puts a heck of a move on this route that frees him up. Malcolm Butler in coverage right there and trips him up. And then he's got to make the catch, knowing he's got the safety on the other side who's going to put the hit on him. It's a big-time route.
Handoff is to Coleman running left, and Chung is there to force him out. That 35-yarder to Taylor Gabriel was the longest pass play tonight, and here it is again.
Yeah, you see the release off the ball with speed. As soon as he starts to the boundary with the head fake, it trips up Malcolm Butler, and it gives Matt Ryan just an easy completion. But you talked about Kyle Shanahan and what he has meant to this offense. Those are the kinds of things in terms of route running. There's not a lot of teams in this league that really teach some of the fundamental things of route running. When you watch these wide receivers, they do an excellent job. They're talented, they're well coached, and that's why they move the football the way they do.
On second down, Ryan in trouble out to his left, throws, pass is caught. That's Sanu. And Mohamed Sanu is to the 15-yard line with another Atlanta first down.
How about that catch?
How about the year for Mohamed Sanu, who played second fiddle to A.J. Green in Cincinnati. Now he's second fiddle to this guy, and he's had a great season.
He really has. He's just another weapon in Matt Ryan's arsenal.
His first catch for 13 yards. Freeman right side. Hits the hole hard, and he's dragged down inside the 10 at the 7 by Trey Flowers.
Well, you think about this second half, Joe, and Falcons open up the second half. They go 3 and out. The Patriots get a great return from Julian Edelman, and they do nothing with it. With great field position, the young Falcons defense forced a 3 and out, and now this Falcons offense on the move and threatening for more points.
Here's Freeman. Nowhere to go. Bottled up. And dropped back near the 10. And this Patriots defense is looking for a takeaway. That's what they need, a loss of 2 by Devontae Freeman. And there's the defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia. He's called the defense for Bill Belichick since 2010. He's been the official defensive coordinator since 2012 entitled. And he has his hands full.
Now keep an eye on Mohamed Sanu down here. He's the most targeted receiver for this Falcons offense on third down. He's right here on the line.
Third down and 4. Ryan, pass is broken up, but a flag. Butler in coverage on Gabriel, and a flag is thrown right in that spot.
Pass interference. Number 21 defense. Automatic. First down.
Take a look at it and see what happens in the left arm. The left arm is kind of around him and gets the pull. He gets the penalty there to keep this drive alive, and then of course the big play to Gabriel when he got crossed up. A tough series.
With 3 catches, 76 yards in the game. He's never had a 100-yard game in the NFL. Here is Coleman, end zone, touchdown.
This is not what you want to see. Rob Ninkovich, he has to cover Coleman as he comes across. He gets caught up in the traffic. As you see, he's trying to then get out there. He gets outflanked, and there's no way you're going to be able to make a play on Coleman.
It's a 6-yard touchdown catch by Tevin Coleman. This to make it 28-3. Nearly blocked. Bryant knocks it through. New England stopped Atlanta first time they had it in this second half. Not this time. Down the field they go. Coleman into the end zone. Arthur Blank loving it. Up by 25. And Robert Kraft, who has had an unprecedented run of success as owner of the New England Patriots with his son Jonathan Kraft to his left, our right. He has never experienced anything like this in a Super Bowl. In his 8th as an owner of New England. Dion Lewis takes a knee. Well, it's a Super Bowl, so might as well show him. Mark Wahlberg, huge Patriots fan, and Chrissy Teigen and John Legend. John can cause a stir in a hotel lobby. Take my word for it. Elton John is here. John Travolta is here. Mel Blount, Tony Dungy, a Super Bowl champion in that 06 season. Roger Goodell. And there's James Baker, former Secretary of State, former Secretary of the Treasury. Bob McNair on the far right. Vice President Mike Pence in the middle. Bob McNair has to be thrilled with the way his city has stepped up with the challenge of hosting a Super Bowl. The way his stadium's all lit up. The hole is deeper for Tom Brady in New England. Underneath, pass is caught. Dion Lewis, and this offense isn't going anywhere right now.
Well, what we're seeing, Joe, really is the speed of this Falcons defense, and that's what Dan Quinn wanted to address when he came in and took over as the head coach of this team. It was this defense was last in the NFL the year before Dan Quinn took over, and at every position other than defensive tackle, he'll take speed over size every time, and we're seeing guys like Deion Jones who are flying all over this field and making plays.
Second down and 7. Brady, pass is caught. Tackle is missed, and a first down for James White. Gain of 12. They really can't get anything going downfield, and that's not atypical of New England. They'll chip away and just drive it right down your throat, but not tonight against Atlanta yet.
Yeah, some self-inflicted punishment too, you know, with the turnovers, and like we said, I mean, Tom Brady, 3 turnovers, 3 interceptions in this postseason, one more than he had all year. But then with the drop balls and just some uncharacteristic things by this Patriot team.
And to back up your point, half the points have come because of the turnovers by New England as Dion Lewis carries it over the right side and picks up 8. There's a fumble by LeGarrette Blount. There was an interception return for a touchdown by Robert Alford as he picked Brady and returned it 82 yards to make it 21-0 in the first half. Now 2nd and 2. Hand off to Lewis. Nothing. Lost a yard. 3rd down coming up. Deion Jones right in the middle of it yet again for Atlanta.
Boy, he's been everywhere, hasn't he? And they talk about Deion Jones and the year that he has had, and as the middle linebacker, that's kind of new for him. when he got here, and he's had to be the signal caller and take over as the leader. And initially, that was, not something he was overly comfortable with. But as Dan Quinn said, he began to find his voice as the season went along. And boy, the last month of the season, he was terrific.
3rd down and 3. This is a lateral. Throw is to Lewis and incomplete. As the Patriots try a little trickery on 3rd down and 3, and now on 4th down, we'll see if Bill Belichick goes for it. I don't know about that play call either.
Yeah, they're just trying to create some big play ability and maybe catch the Falcons off guard. And it looked initially like he had a chance to Dion Lewis, but the ball just not getting there fast enough. Unable to make the play, and I'm not surprised at all they're going for it here on 4th down.
From their own 46, down by 25. Brady has a man, 1st down. Big conversion, Amendola. Out of bounds inside the 40. That's why that play call on 3rd down and 3. I mean, you want the ball in Brady's hands throwing it. Not Edelman, but in this case they convert on 4th down with a completion of 17 to Danny Amendola, who has 3 catches for 28 yards.
45, Rita. We're Rita right here.
Blitz. Quick throw. Amendola brought down immediately. Play made by Jalen Collins, a gain of 2.
And Devondre Campbell, he was coming off the edge, and another one of those speed rookies that they picked up at the linebacker position. I think if you look around this league, the Falcons possess the fastest linebackers in all of football.
Patriots in the first half took it inside the Atlanta 35 3 times and came away with a total of 3 points.
Gold 67.
Second down and 8. Pass is incomplete for Edelman. 3rd down and 8 with the clock stopped at 4:49 left, 3rd quarter.
Just a little bit off, Joe. You watch Brady, and in that first half they were getting some pressure on him, and really wasn't able to settle in. That time, with plenty of time in the pocket and just not a very accurate throw, and he's been off just a little bit. And then when he's kind of been on the mark, they've had a few key drops, but it just hasn't been as in sync as I'm used to seeing from this team.
Now 3rd down and 8. Brady flushed out, will run and get it and slide at the 20. He doesn't do it much, but that's a 15-yard carry by Tom Brady.
Yeah, and because of that, then when you're rushing him, you tend to lose sight of contain. So they come underneath, they're trying to get inside pressure, and Tom recognizes it, and he gets outside looking to throw, but once he sees open field, he takes it. And obviously not a guy who runs very often, just 28 rushing attempts on the regular season, but a big run there for this Patriot offense.
Ties his season long with a 15-yard carry. Here's Blunt, has a fumble in this game, driving the pile close to the 15. Keanu Neal on the stop. Neal, 1st-round pick from Florida. And how about this? Helmets are stuck between Martellus Bennett and Dwight Freeney. And all the while the clock's running.
That clock's been running on this drive. It's Patriots getting a nice drive going, but certainly time right now is what they're contending with, as well as points. And
officials reset the play clock, but every second on the game clock is precious, and that's been running ever since that last play. 2nd and 5. They run it again. Blunt, right side, is going to get the 1st down and hang on to the football after a couple of big hits. Alford on the tackle. He wasn't alone out there, and a carry of 10 yards by Blunt.
Some tough running there by LeGarrette Blunt. Just trying to climb back into this thing and know that they got to come away with a touchdown on this drive. And Alford trying to bring down a big man, and that's not easy to do.
to the 5. That's it. And I would imagine Patriots fans are saying, throw the football. I mean, they're getting yardage with Blunt, but we're under 2.5 left now in the third quarter, and a lot of time is coming off the clock on this drive.
Now you see how much time the drive has taken, over 6 minutes right now, and I think Dan Quinn is perfectly happy, you know, allowing them to drive the football and take time off the clock, and they've done a good job not giving up big plays.
Now they'll throw. Pass is caught. That's White. Touchdown. Brady takes his team into the end zone. A long drive with 2:06 left in the third quarter. First touchdown of the game for New England.
Brian Poole, we've seen, or excuse me, Jalen Collins, that was him on the outside. And look, yep, look, that's a touchdown. And James White, he's been one of the real positives for this offense. He's the leading receiver for the Patriots in this ballgame.
Gostkowski for the extra point. And this one hits the upright. And there's not much going right for New England. They get the touchdown, and Gostkowski misses the extra point. That's his 5th miss of the season. And Atlanta's about to get it back. We'll see how Bill Belichick wants to play this. And it's an onside kick. That's going to be a penalty flag. It looked like it hit Gostkowski before it went 10 yards. It's recovered by Atlanta anyway. But it looked like it hit Gostkowski. It's got to travel 10 yards untouched by the kicking team. And that's why they threw the flag. But it's Atlanta's ball anyway. Leroy Reynolds. Let's watch and see where this comes up and hits Gostkowski right there on the right knee.
Leroy Reynolds, he comes in, and how he's able to get through all those bodies and get on. That's really great work by him. Well designed, I mean, but the job there with it hitting Gostkowski. And now you're setting a Falcons offense that a defense has not had a great deal of success against with outstanding field position.
Leroy Reynolds is a 4th-year pro out of Virginia. Has a moment.
Touch on the kicking team. The ball hit the kicker. That 5-yard penalty will be added to the spot of the recovery. First down, Atlanta.
So a moment for the special teams coach, Keith Armstrong. The Falcons. There's the missed extra point by Gostkowski. It's a 28-9 game. Atlanta with a football and all the fun so far.
While you're watching the game, they are watching the Bay.
Welcome to Baywatch. You people are lifeguards, not police. You people? Oh, you don't get to say that. You're just tan. Right on. Come on, brother.
Why does she always look like she's running in slow-mo?
You see it too? You going night-night. You ready to do this? Hell yeah. Whoa, whoa. What are you wearing? Freedom. That's desecration.
Dear Predictable, there's no other way to say this. It's over. I found a permanent escape from monotony. Together we are perfectly balanced. Our senses awake. Our hearts racing as one. I know this is sudden, but they say if you love something, set it free. See you around, Julia.
I've been saving something special for you.
What is it?
Verizon phones. Every time you go over your data limit, you get punished.
But I like streaming movies.
Punished.
I love getting hit with surprise fees.
Wait till you see how confusing and painful the bill is.
Wireless pain is fine if you're into that sort of thing. If not, get T-Mobile One. All unlimited, now with taxes and fees included.
This year, everyone's coming to Daytona.
But there's only one winner.
Daytona 500
Well, Matt Ryan has a perfect passer rating so far at 158.3, 12 of 14, 193 yards. Now after the failed onside kick try and the 5-yard penalty starting at the New England 41. Up by 19. Ryan finds his receiver. That's Hooper, the tight end, who has a touchdown in this game. He picks up 9. We know that Matt Ryan is now the MVP of the NFL. Born in 1985, Exton, Pennsylvania, attended Boston College. Was the 3rd overall pick in 2008 behind Jake Long and Chris Long, and now the MVP. Regular season 38 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Career year, and he gets the MVP, and now flag flies. Good play there. Landon Roberts, Flowers was in there as well. Tevin Coleman, no gain, but a flag flew early.
Holding, number 70 offense. 10-yard penalty, repeat second down.
It's against left tackle Jake Matthews.
Right there. And this Patriots defense, they've done a much better job in the second half. There's no doubt that Kyle Shanahan would like to run the football like they did in that first half, wind this clock down, but the Patriots have gotten much more physical out on the edges. Yards have been harder to come by. But to follow up on Matt Ryan, yeah, I mean, right from the beginning, the guy just, he said that he loved this offense, and it was really a matter of getting comfortable with calling the plays. There's a lot of verbiage within the offense. And this year, as the season began, he had weapons. He felt comfortable with what he was doing. Another year in the system, and boy, the results speak for themselves. And congratulations to him on being named the league MVP.
Oh, we'll welcome you inside our broadcast booth, and you keep waiting because of their history and because of his history. Talking about Tom Brady and talking about the New England Patriots to jump back in this game, get a key stop, get a turnover. It's not happening, and that's in large part to the play of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, they really have. They've grown up as the seasons progress, but this was another big step against this Patriot team, in this ball game. But one of the real key turning points, I think, for the Falcons defensively was in this second half when Edelman gets the nice return and sets up the Patriots offensively with great field position. The defense forces a 3-and-out. That was a big-time stop.
This Atlanta team has not turned the ball over this entire postseason. Against Seattle, Green Bay, now New England. Ryan gets away from a sack, throws. That ball is incomplete for Austin Hooper. New England almost forced the turnover they were looking for, but Hooper didn't have it long enough for it to be considered a catch. Good job by Matt Ryan to get away from a sack from Sheard.
Jabal Sheard, he's the one who came off the corner, and Matt Ryan, he's just trying to get Hooper to throttle that thing down. There was a lot of field right there, and he made it tough on his quarterback trying to get him the football with him under pressure.
Good play by Chung to knock that ball out. Now 3rd down and 11. Low snap. Ryan is sacked. Back on Atlanta's side of the 50. Kyle Van Noy, an in-season pickup from Detroit, a loss of 9, and it's 4th down.
As Sheard, he's able to get home again against Ryan Schrader, and Van Noy then finishes him off, and they make a key stop. I mean, they get good field position with the missed onside kick. Defense for the Patriots does a good job not surrendering any points on that possession.
Yeah, after, as you said, not just the failed onside kick, the 5-yard penalty, and now with the play clock down at down to 0. Flags fly for delay of game. Carl Cheffers checks with Bill Belichick to see if he wants to accept.
Game, offense, 5-yard penalty, remains 4th down.
The answer is yes. Meanwhile, for Belichick's defense, they have 3 sacks in this game, and all 3 have come on 3rd down. So now 3 seconds remain in this punt. Will be the last play of quarter number 3 in this 51st Super Bowl. Edelman waits for it. And no more whistles.
Of the 3rd quarter.
And they start the game clock, and that's it. For the first 3 quarters, the punt will start quarter number 4 after this from your local Fox station. It's a 28-9 game. The Patriots about to get the ball back as we begin the final quarter here in Super Bowl 51. It would be an unprecedented comeback if the Patriots climb out of this hole to win their 5th Super Bowl. Right now, it's Atlanta in charge. Bosher has had a good night punt. Hits one end over end. And it is hauled in inside the 15. That was Patrick Chung. And they'll mark him at the 13-yard line. There have been miscues for the Patriots despite all the experience. A fumble in the first half by LeGarrette Blount. There have been some drops. There's been a pick 6. Robert Alford returning one 82 yards. Another drop. And then after their only touchdown of the game, Gostkowski hits the right upright. It's 28-9. From the 13 as you look at takeaways and the points off the takeaways. Brady, big hill to climb. Pass is caught by Malcolm Mitchell. And Mitchell with a first down at the 28, gain of 15.
Just a lot of those miscues that we just showed that you don't do what the Patriots have done and have those kinds of things happen, especially on this stage. It's just not expected. And it's not just one thing. Brady hasn't been as sharp as what we've seen from him this year, but drop balls, balls on the ground, fumbles.
Pass is caught here. That's Mitchell again. Gain of 7. So that brace on the elbow of Malcolm Mitchell. Broke his elbow during the preseason. Then he's been dealing with a knee injury of late. Second straight game he's been active. 2nd and 3 now. Bounces it, has a first down as he's able to cross the 40, brought down by Keanu Neal, gain of 6. Super Bowl 51 most valuable player voting is now open. Go to NFL.com/MVP and vote now. First down, Patriots. NFL record 9th Super Bowl in franchise history. Brady all day. Edelman downfield, can't hit it. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Well, they had a chance once again for a big play down the field. Call that the wheel route. You see that Edelman, he's a couple steps there on Brian Poole, and just another one just unable to connect when the opportunity has been there. And we showed that shot of Matt Ryan. You look at this offense for the Falcons and just 33 offensive snaps in this game. I mean, that's really unheard of.
Now 2nd and 10, pass caught. Mitchell again. They're going to the rookie. He's got a first down. The usual weapon for Tom Brady, Julian Edelman, has been targeted 10 times in this game. He has only 3 catches, and now the Patriots, they get up to the line, but then they're spending a lot of time up here getting a snap away. First down at the 41. Brady from the shotgun, pass is caught, and out of bounds is James White. They're going to give White nearly 10 yards. Looks like they stopped him just short, so it's second and literally inches.
I do think this Falcons defense has done a good job in this game of mixing things up between zone coverage and man coverage, just trying to keep Tom Brady from knowing exactly what they're doing on every snap.
Brady, pass is incomplete for Amendola. Now it's third down and 2 inches as Amendola comes away talking to the official, and he got grabbed. That's why by Poole.
Poole, he gets away with it here. Hasn't gotten away with all of them. He's been penalized a couple times, but Amendola got up immediately. He was looking for the flag, as was Brady.
On third down, pass is caught inside the 10 by Bennett. There's life for New England as Martellus Bennett is good for 25.
Tom Brady knew exactly what he had, and Martellus Bennett at 275 pounds, I mean, he can run. Keanu Neal, he can run as well. He's the rookie safety, but Martellus Bennett is able to get a step and a perfectly thrown ball by Brady.
Now first and goal. Brady is sacked. Jarrett. Grady Jarrett has his second of the game.
Couldn't see who it was, but he drops out. It might be Jonathan Babineau. He drops out underneath, and that took Brady initially thought he was going to be able to get the crossing route, and it's not there. And by the time he sees it and gets off of it, Brady goes down.
That brought the ball back outside the 12, second and goal. Underneath, it's White. Well played by Collins. Now third down and goal.
Called it a little bit earlier, Joe, when you watch this defense, just the way they swarm to the football and the way that they fly around, they do look a lot like Seattle defense, and of course the one that Dan Quinn coordinated there for a few years under Pete Carroll, and that's the template. He certainly has got some good young players that have done a nice job in this ball game.
Third down and goal. Brady's in trouble again, and it's Jarrett yet again. What a night for the second-year pro out of Clemson.
This was the guy who was challenged. He was going to have to be able to play well in this game for this Falcons defense to have a chance, and he has. He comes up big. He goes right past Shaq Mason, the right guard, and he gets inside, and Brady has no chance.
This is exactly the same distance as an extra point. 33-yard try, and Gostkowski has made this a two-score game. It's a 16-point game. Brady cannot get New England into the end zone on that drive. The Patriots not able to get it into the end zone. Had a first and goal. Tom Brady has been hit 14 times. Meanwhile, Grady Jarrett, the second-year fifth-round pick out of Clemson, had 3 sacks all regular season. He's now tied a Super Bowl record with his 3 sacks here against New England. A little pop-up kick. And back inside the 20, it's Hardy on the return in what is now a 2-score game. It's a 16-point game. Disbelief. Josh McDaniels back to work on offense, Atlanta.
It's pretty amazing when you look at it and how efficient he has been. He's only thrown the ball 16 times, but he has just 3 incompletions, so he has been awfully efficient. Not only that, this Falcons offense only has 33 snaps. That's pretty amazing in an era right now when offenses are running 80 and 85 snaps. The Patriots have twice as many offensive snaps as the Falcons.
But it's a 16-point Atlanta lead. Tossed to Coleman running right. Tackled by Patrick Chung, and he was trying to rip the ball out during the tackle, a gain of 8.
Well, that's what they kind of started this game doing. Getting out on the perimeter, and then the Patriots tightened up. But that's what Kyle Shanahan and this offense, they'd like to get that running game going once again and run this clock down.
Falcons are at 6.8 yards per rush. 2nd and 2. A toss, Coleman didn't get it. So 3rd down and 2. Maybe Coleman got half a yard at the most, and now Tevin Coleman is down, and that stops the clock with 8:48 left. So they'll check on their 2nd-year running back. For Tevin Coleman, first he gets stepped on, but that's not the issue. It's right there on the tackle by Trey Flowers. And they're going to take Coleman in for x-rays. 3rd down and a long 1. Out of the shotgun, Ryan gets hit. Ball is out. This is a fumble. New England has it. Hightower knocked it out. And Branch recovers for the Patriots.
It looked like Devontae Freeman should have picked him up. He doesn't block him, and Matt Ryan, because he's expecting Hightower to be blocked, he's looking the opposite way, and Hightower makes a big-time play right here and getting the ball loose on Matt Ryan. You see Freeman as he reacted when Hightower ran by him.
That is the first Falcons turnover this postseason. None against Seattle, none against Green Bay. A big one here. Under 8.5 to go from the 25. Brady, he goes down. Dwight Freeney.
Well, Dwight Freeney, he's been getting close throughout this game, and he's going against Solder there at left tackle, and he gets the speed rush, and this time he gets home. His first sack since October, but he has really played well, even though it wouldn't show up other than that one sack. He's been applying pressure throughout this game.
The Atlanta Falcons added Dwight Freeney for a sack just like that in his 3rd team over the last 4 years. In his 3rd Super Bowl, he's 36. Big play, 2nd and 15. Brady over the middle, pass is caught and then well covered by Keanu Neal. James White made the reception. A gain of 4. 3rd down and 11 coming. This play that's coming right here could render a forthcoming point moot. So you wonder if down by 16 points with just over 7 to go, if this is 4-down territory for New England.
No doubt.
3rd and 11. Brady, pass caught. That's Mitchell. 1st down. And it's been the rookie, Malcolm Mitchell, who has really played well in this 2nd half.
Yeah, after this play, though, Mitchell makes the catch, and he stops. He puts the ball on the ground. It looked initially like to me, that he was not touched when he comes back to make a play on that ball, and yet he slams it down as though he was in college.
From the 14. Amendola. They're going to say that forward progress was stopped. They keep the game clock running. Ricardo Allen on the tackle, and Amendola got 7. Brady, end zone touchdown. Amendola. And Brady tells the world they're going for 2. A 6-yard touchdown for Danny Amendola.
And Jalen Collins, he's in there playing the slot. He gets caught looking inside. Amendola just runs a speed out on him, and it was uncontested. An easy completion and touchdown for this Patriots. Costly fumble there on the missed block by Devontae Freeman. Gives the ball to the Patriots. This is a big two-point conversion here to really apply the pressure on the Falcons.
They were 1 for 2 during the regular season on 2-point tries. A direct snap, and it's good. James White, 8-point game. Brady and the Patriots take advantage of the takeaway. And it's a one-score game in Super Bowl 51. Atlanta led this game 21-0. Led 21-3 at the half. The biggest lead was 25 points at 28-3 with under 2.5 left in the third quarter. And with the turnover and the subsequent touchdown, this is an 8-point game with just under 6 minutes left in the Super Bowl.
Things got a lot tighter over there on that Falcons sideline, and the turnovers in this ball game for both teams have proven very costly.
Another kick from Gostkowski that drives Hardy back inside the 5. That was good work. Perfect kick by Gostkowski. Kept it out of the end zone. He made Hardy field it, and then the Patriots got downfield and covered it out of bounds at the 10. And with this touchdown by Danny Amendola and then the 2-point conversion, Robert Kraft, Jonathan Kraft, and New England celebrates with Gisele Bündchen, Mrs. Tom Brady, and Mr. Bill Belichick. First time in a long time there's been pressure on this Atlanta offense from the 10.
That's right. We'll see what they're able to do here, backed up, and this crowd is alive.
Play action. Ryan Freeman is wide open. Nobody went with him. And Devontae Freeman makes a move out across the 45. Roberts downfield to make the stop, but a 39-yard catch and run.
Yeah, you're going to see nobody goes with him. I couldn't tell if it was here in the middle. Landon Roberts, who should have been going then with Freeman, but clearly a bust. They're man elsewhere, and they leave a zone completely wide open, and Matt Ryan exploits it.
39-yard play, longest play from scrimmage in the game. Freeman gets a yard. Chung in on the stop with Jabal Sheard. Now player is down for Atlanta, and this is their right tackle, Ryan Schrader. Second down and 9. With over 5 to play. And Tom Compton, a fourth-year pro out of South Dakota, will take over for Schrader at tackle. You look at a comparison of the two fan bases and a history of the championships. And Atlanta's tired of hearing about futility. It's been nothing but success over the past decade for the 4 major sports franchises in the New England area. 36 total championships, and for Atlanta, 1 in 168 seasons of the 4 major sports. And that belongs to the 1995 Atlanta Braves. Here's the injury to Schrader. The legs of Sheard kind of tripped Schrader, so Compton is in at right tackle. 5 minutes left, 2nd and 9. Extra men on the rush. Ryan steps through it. Throws on the run, and Jones with a catch. Phenomenal catch by Julio Jones on the sideline.
I have no idea how Matt Ryan gets this ball in there and how Julio Jones is able to make that catch and keep his feet in bounds and secure the football I mean, that's unbelievable coverage by Eric Rowe underneath him. And when Matt Ryan broke contain, I thought he was going to run. There was just nowhere to put this football, and yet he finds a spot that only Julio Jones can make a play on.
It's a 27-yard completion. And now a timeout on the field. That was incredible. And considering the circumstances with all the momentum with New England, the biggest catch of this second half.
You're going to see to the right of the screen as Matt Ryan takes off, you know, what he's looking at. And Eric Rowe is underneath that throw, and anything short of perfect ball placement, it's intercepted. That's pretty incredible stuff right there. I mean, this guy, it seems like every time I watch him play, he comes up with a play that's better than the one I'd seen previously, and that's as good as it gets.
We're under 5 minutes. The issue is the clock. It didn't stop. He was out of bounds, so now 4:40 left in the ball game. That was incredible.
Eric Rowe's wondering just what he has to do to make a play on the ball.
Toss to Freeman running left. Nowhere to go. And coming up is McCourty on the stop, a loss of 1. In a position where a field goal makes the task really difficult right now. A 1-score game coming up. The Ford postgame show with Kurt, Terry, Howie, Michael, and Jimmy. Presentation of the Lombardi Trophy and interviews from down on the field. 2nd and 11. Ryan is sacked. What a play. Trey Flowers. And a timeout is immediately taken by New England.
Well, Trey Flowers, he goes right through Alex Mack, and this is what Matt Ryan just couldn't afford to do. Once he starts to scramble, you just can't take the sack there. It doesn't knock him out in terms of being in field goal range, but that's a costly sack by Matt Ryan.
It would be a 53-yard field goal from this spot. Matt Bryant has plenty of leg for that, but that sack makes the field goal try just that much more difficult if the Falcons don't come up with any yardage on this 3rd and 23.
Yeah, and then Matt Ryan's got to be smart here. Can't afford another sack. Try to pick up some yards, make it easier for Matt Bryant. 3 points is big right now in this ball game.
A loss of 12 on that sack. Pass is caught, Sanu, and that's exactly what happened. A flag is down back in the area where Matt Ryan went down, and we'll check the call.
Holding, number 70 offense, 10-yard penalty, replay 3rd down.
That's Jake Matthews, the 3rd-year first-round pick out of Texas A&M, guilty of this hold on Chris Long. And that is a massive call against Atlanta. And then on the back end of it, on the tackle of Sanu, they may have missed a face mask. Really both ways on Sanu and Logan Ryan. And now the ball's back at the 45, and they are out of field goal range after the hold by Matthews.
Well, we'll see what Bill Belichick elects to do here, because Matt Ryan's got the same approach. Now you're just trying to get yards, get back in field goal range, and give yourself a chance.
Stunt up front defensively. Pass is incomplete. Gabriel the target. And with the sack and the hold, the Falcons are not in position to add to an 8-point lead. Opportunity missed after that incredible catch by Julio Jones.
Oh, it was such a good drive for Atlanta, starting with the completion to Devontae Freeman out of the backfield, and then of course Julio Jones along the sidelines. Looked like, okay, they're going to, probably come away with 3 points, which makes it awfully difficult on New England. Now they're giving the ball back, no attempt on a field goal, and they're going to put Tom Brady in position to tie this game up.
Just got it away, end over end punt. inside the 10. Let's give you a recap of Super Bowl 51. Come along for the ride, won't you? Austin Hooper, the rookie tight end, with a touchdown that made it 14-0. This, the 82-yard interception in return by Robert Alford made it 21-0, and then Tevin Coleman. This was all Atlanta. The last time the Patriots had it, a touchdown by Danny Amendola from Brady. James White punched in a two-point conversion. It's a one-score game with a touchdown and a successful two-point try. And look at the NFL postseason, not Super Bowl history. The lead was a 1.25 points for Atlanta. They lead by 8. Brady gets hit as he throws, and the pass incomplete. And Brady's slow to get up. They've been in Tom Brady's face since the opening kickoff.
I think that was Grady Jarrett again right here. 97. I'd say, yep, sure was. He's able to get back in on Tom Brady. He's had himself a heck of an afternoon.
The Patriots' longest drive this season is 91 yards. If they go 91 yards here, they'll have a chance to tie it. Sacked 5 times, hit 16. 2nd and 10. Brady going to air it out. Hogan on the sideline, incomplete. Collins in coverage, it's 3rd and 10. One of the rare downfield shots we've seen from Tom Brady tonight.
Yeah, they had the one-on-one look, and you've seen Chris Hogan make a lot of these plays, and contact there at the end of it, and I like that there was no call. They let him go after. They're both trying to make a play on the ball. 3rd down.
Blitz off the corner. Pass is caught by Hogan. Can't get out of bounds. Strong tackle by Collins. But a big first down. Gain of 16.
They're flying all around Tom Brady, and he's hanging in the pocket and delivers a strike to Chris Hogan to convert.
Pretty good block there by James White, the running back, to give Brady just enough time. Patriots 2 timeouts. Ball at the 25. Over the middle, broken up. Coverage by Alford. The target was Edelman. 2nd and 10, and that was a dangerous pass.
A lot of grabbing going on there.
Boy, I'll say.
Saw Edelman as he got up. Matt Ryan sees the ball get deflected up in the air. He's hoping someone can make a play on the interception, but Alford with plenty of contact down the field on Julian Edelman.
Brooks Reed was shaken up on that play. Clock was stopped anyway at 2:34, and Reed has to come out. 2nd and 10.
He goes with it. Whenever you see Alford right here go with Edelman, then Tom Brady knows immediately they're in man. Otherwise, he's playing his side. We'll see if they can run some kind of rub route and free someone up for a big play.
Near sideline Mitchell, what a half he's had. And he's out of bounds with another first down. This 4th-round pick out of Georgia. Grew up in Valdosta, Georgia. Fell down, got up, and made the catch. What a play.
He's played well, and you talked about his season, Joe. 26 of his 32 receptions in the regular season came in the last 7 games, and that's when they really needed somebody once Gronkowski went down, and he became that guy.
Here's Edelman broken up, and the pass is no sign yet. Edelman comes down with a football, and they're saying it's a catch. And we'll get another look at this. Alford knocked it up into the air, and let's see who comes down with it. Oh, that's a catch.
Oh my God.
That's incredible.
That's amazing concentration by Julian Edelman to be able to make a play on that.
Is challenging the ruling on the field of a completed pass. We'll review the play.
The ball was resting on the arm of Ricardo Allen, and Edelman able to re-grab it before he hits the ground. I checked with Mike Pereira in our booth. He thinks it's a catch, and the play's being challenged by Atlanta.
And it should have been an interception by Robert Alford. I mean, he makes a play on this. He's in perfect position right there to intercept that ball. Instead, it gets popped up, but Julian Edelman, it's outstanding.
Mike Pereira is in our booth. You saw the same thing we did. You think it's a catch?
Yeah, what I do see is that there is the bobble, but he gets control, and then the ball looks like it does touch the ground, but he had control first. So since he had control first, and then he maintained the control, I think they stay with this as a catch.
Every look we've had makes it look like a catch. Makes you think of the Super Bowl at the end of the 2007 season, which was Super Bowl 42, when Asante Samuel had a shot at an interception. Then the David Tyree catch followed. Giants eventually won that Super Bowl. Here's Cheffers.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The receiver's hand is under the ball. The ball never hits the ground. Atlanta will be charged with their third and final charge timeout. It is also their second challenge. They have no
Asante
challenge
Samuel
remaining.
earlier had a shot at an interception. Somehow on this play, Eli Manning stayed upright and then throws it downfield, and there's Rodney Harrison, who makes the defensive play, and Tyree, who catches it against his helmet. And now this from Edelman. Incredible. Here's Amendola down near the 20. And we are at the 2-minute warning, which will allow everybody, including the two guys talking throughout all of this, to catch their breath. A minute 57. Wow. In a season that started with a 4-game suspension, Tom Brady is in a position now with the ball resting at the 21-yard line of Atlanta to try and finish off this comeback, but it would take a touchdown and a 2-point conversion as he looks for his 5th Super Bowl win, which would be a record. On first down, Brady underneath, finds White. White down inside the 10. Tom Brady now somehow is over 400 yards passing in this game. I mean, it's been a complete reversal of fortune here. He's got 410. That's the second most all time. First and goal. From the 8, Brady finds his man. That's James White. What a game he's had. And White is down to the 1.
Been working James White when they spread him out. The last couple times they have him in the backfield and he's working underneath. They've been in that zone coverage and it's been easy. We'll see if they punch it in right here.
22, Alabama, P19,
handoff, touchdown, James White. Biggest 2-point attempt in the history of the Patriots franchise.
Well, Marcus Cannon, you see the right tackle. He just collapses it right there in the double team with Martellus Bennett. He punches it in before Campbell's able to make a play. And great job, and here we are, the 2-point play.
This is it. Time left, even if it is time for Atlanta. Pass, Amendola, flag is down. Amendola's in, but it depends on the penalty. And the indication is it's against Atlanta.
Offside. Number 93 defense. That penalty's declined. Touchdown.
This is a tie game. Amendola for 2.
He's trying to get a jump on him, but he goes too fast. They get the 2-point conversion, tie this thing up, and don't ever count Tom Brady out.
Best ever?
Best ever in my book. I said it this week. Regardless of what happened tonight, he's the best I've seen, and he's put on a show here in the last 30 minutes of this ball game, and to climb back in it. You think now for the Atlanta Falcons how costly the sack on Matt Ryan, the holding penalty, left tackle Jake Matthews knocks them out of field goal range that would have made this a 2-possession ball game.
25 unanswered points put up over the last 16+ minutes by New England. Tom Brady told his owner, Robert Kraft, who we've seen multiple times in this game, when he was drafted in the 6th round out of Michigan, it's the best decision that this organization has ever made. He took over on September 23rd, 2001. The Patriots were coming off a 5-11 season, the first year under Belichick. And Tom Brady, after a hit on Drew Bledsoe by Mo Lewis in a 10-3 loss, took over. Brady won his first start, lost the following week, talked to the team, said we're 1-3, this isn't where we want to be, follow me. They end up winning the Super Bowl as a 14-point underdog against Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk, and the greatest show on turf. They've won 3 more since, and now they've tied Super Bowl 51. Nothing on the return from Eric Weems. The penalty for the offside was enforced on the kickoff, so the kickoff was from the 40, and is Super Bowl 51 going to be the first overtime game in Super Bowl history? Not if Matt Ryan and this highest scoring offense in the NFL during 2016 has anything to say about it.
Well, there's plenty of time with 52 seconds left. No timeouts. At the same time, Matt Ryan has to be smart with what he's trying to do here.
Pass is caught. That's Sanu, and he is able to survive the big hits. No timeouts left for Atlanta. It's a 12-yard gain and a first down out to the 23. Extra men on a blitz. Pass is caught. That's by Hooper, but a short gain. And the clock continues to move. Gain of 4. And they'll clock it. But now it's 3rd down. .18 seconds remain.
I don't like the clock there. I think if you get them set, you get them lined up, you get the play called. A lot of times these offenses these days, they got one word. You get guys lined up. One word tells everybody what they're doing. You're able to get a play off. But like you said, now 3rd down. Patriots with 2 timeouts. A lot can happen in 18 seconds.
On 3rd and 6, just 4 men on the rush. Ryan got hit. The pass is incomplete. It ends up in the waiting arms of Duron Harmon, but now it's 4th down. And here's the pressure as Flowers almost got home in time.
Yeah, Ryan really did not want to turn it loose when he did, but he was forced to because of Trey Flowers, and knowing with the clock and how little time was left, got to get a big chunk. He takes a chance. I would imagine that they're going to bring everybody here and try to make a play on this punt.
11 seconds left in regulation. Timeout taken by New England. Bill Belichick has seen his team put up 25 unanswered points to tie this game at 28, and even with the missed extra point earlier, they're able to convert twice on 2-point tries. And this is just shocking. You okay over there?
Yeah, it's shocking. There's a lot of words. Yeah, disbelief.
And that timeout's taken by New England here just to make sure that the feet of Duron Harmon did come down out of bounds, and he was out of bounds. So Bill Belichick called that timeout to make sure that the booth would have time to maybe review it, and we're in a booth review as we're inside of 2 minutes.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It's an incomplete pass. 4th down.
So now the punt by Bosher, and what Atlanta wants is obviously a good snap from Josh Harris. And then see what Bosher can do. He will not take his time. Good snap. Not much of a rush, and a high hanging punt. Fair catch by Edelman at the 35. And there are 3 seconds left. The end of that play. 6-time Pro Bowler Matthew Slater got dropped to the turf. No penalty flag, and Julio Jones is going to come in, and he'll be one of the deep men. As we'll see what Tom Brady and the Patriots want to do. Do they want to heave it, hope for a penalty, get a shot at a field goal, or just be content with the first overtime game in Super Bowl history? It took 50 of these things to find an overtime game, and sure seems like we're headed into extra time.
And you think about the Falcons. I mean, you say shocking, disbelief, all those words, and I mean that's what the Falcons have got to be thinking over there. They got to pull it together.
Here's Brady with a fake. It's Dion Lewis with just a little excitement before the end of regulation. And we'll just hope that Dion Lewis is okay. Came down hard on the turf at his own bench, and maybe the answer to that question is no.
He hadn't moved since he went to the ground.
Watch how he hits the turf. Oh, he kind of stuck his leg into the ground, and that's why he went down as hard as he did. Right there. That looks like a lower body injury. I'll say it again. Falcons led this game 21-0 at the beginning as they made their way through the early parts of this game. 21-3 at the half. The biggest lead was 25 points at 28-3 with under 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter. And the Patriots have tied it with 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions. It worked.
Gentlemen, we're about to begin an overtime period that will continue until the winner is determined. It is sudden death unless the first team to possess kicks a field goal, in which case the other team will have an opportunity. Each team gets 3 timeouts. We basically begin a new game as far as timing goes, and all the replay challenges will be initiated by the replay official in the booth. This is heads. This is tails. New England gets to call the toss. Heads. They have called heads. It is heads. New England has won the toss. Elected to receive this end of the field. Good luck.
Off we go into overtime. Super Bowl 51. We'll keep the party rolling in Houston. 28-28. The 2 head coaches who were involved in the first ever overtime game in Super Bowl history. Dan Quinn in his 2nd year, and Bill Belichick in his 17th with New England. Bosher to kick it away. Brady will start at the 25, and again, a touchdown. The game is over. Experience the game like never before from every angle. And a key play on that drive was the throw to Danny Amendola. And then the touchdown. It was James White. Danny Amendola on the two-point conversion, and we're tied at 28.
Yeah, and this is the Falcons defense that they're reeling. I mean, this second half, when you look at what the Patriots have done offensively, they've scored the last 4 times they've had the ball.
And it's White out of the backfield. James White trying to tiptoe. Deion Jones on the stop. White just turned 25. 4th-round pick out of Wisconsin 2 years ago. He's had a big game.
Boy, he sure has. He's been Tom Brady's go-to guy here in this ball game.
13 catches, 113 yards, and 1 huge touchdown. Saw those numbers for Brady in this 4th quarter. 2nd and 4. Sideline. What a throw! Amendola on the reception. One of the best of the game for Tom Brady.
Well, you called it. You got to lay this ball out on the sideline. Amendola again with the speed out. Brian Poole in coverage. And Brady lays it out perfectly. That ball's just dropped right in.
14-yard completion and a first down at their own 45 in a blink. Brady. Pass is caught. Hogan. Inside the 40. Chris Hogan has had a quiet game, but a big catch for 18.
And time in the pocket for Tom Brady. You're going to see Chris Hogan at the end of this as he works back through the ball. He's able to work back through to the quarterback and make a play with Jalen Collins then in coverage. But Tom Brady on the last 2 throws has had a clean pocket and he's delivered perfect balls.
Gun to White and a perfect play by the rookie Deion Jones. And if Tom Brady doesn't use his best fastball, that's a dangerous pass out there to White, who was waiting for it from Brady.
Tried that a couple times, and the Falcons have been aggressive on that quick throw.
James White now with 14 catches. That's a new Super Bowl record. A loss of 3, 2nd and 13. Brady down the gut. Pass is caught. Julian Edelman. First down at the 25.
You can see this offensive line there. They're doing a good job right now of giving a clean pocket inside for Brady with no pressure. And then Brady, he allows Julian Edelman. He's in man coverage. Alford is on him, but he's got to clear a free guy. And with protection, Brady's able to hang on to it and again makes a good throw.
The Patriots win Super Bowl 51 with a touchdown right here. Anything less, Atlanta gets to possess. Fake it to Hogan, flip it to White, looking for blocks. Getting blocks inside the 20, out of bounds at the 15. And it's a first down.
Well, this is really well executed by the Patriots. They get linemen out. Right guard Shaq Mason, he gets a man on the ground. Julian Edelman, he's blocking out in front. Falcons need somebody to step up and make a play.
On first down. Here's Bennett. Flag is thrown. Martellus Bennett tried on the underthrown ball for a spinning catch, and a flag is thrown Right in the spot where Bennett came down. Devondre Campbell in coverage. We'll see if it's against number 59.
Yeah, they're going to get Campbell for the pass interference, and I think it's the right call. A ball that was a little underthrown, but Campbell never is able to get turned around to make a play.
Pass interference. Defense. Automatic. First down.
It's going to set up first and goal from the 2. And LeGarrette Blount checks in. He rushed for a league-high 18 touchdowns during the regular season, has 19 when you include the postseason. A touchdown here.
53.
And it's a Patriots win.
And they got the big fullback, James Devlin, leading the way.
Play action. Bennett broken up, and Beasley got his left hand on it. Dangerous throw. And that's the play the Falcons have been waiting for. Almost got it.
Beasley played it pretty well. He was in position, and he's knocking it down. But boy, when the ball went up, I'm like you, Joe. I thought that's a risky pass by Brady. And boy, Beasley had a chance to make the key takeaway that they're looking for down here.
The great Tom Brady had completed 10 in a row. Now second and goal.
319.
Toss to White. He's in. Patriots win the Super Bowl. Brady has his 5th. What a comeback. Another look to make sure. James White driving. They've already shot off the confetti. Fans are on the field. And it looks like a good touchdown.
Yeah, it does to me too, Joe. When the knee goes down, where's the ball? I don't know what they'd do if they had to overturn this, but it looked to me like the ball was across. And what an effort by James White, who's had himself a heck of a ball game. There was contact by Ricardo Allen, and yet he's out able to get across the goal line. What a game by the New England Patriots and Tom Brady.
34-28 the final in overtime, and the Patriots have redefined the word momentum here tonight.
Get this shit off me! Get this beta shit off me!
Whether you love him or hate him, Tyler 1 is a defining figure in the League of Legends community.
I'm Tyler fucking 1!
He's been harangued for his toxic and aggressive behavior on stream.
No mana. You have no mana, bitch. You have no mana! Get the fuck out of here! Let's go!
But he's also one of the game's most popular streamers and has recently committed to improving the game.
Just make a challenger Discord or whatever, get like the top 500 players and have them all on a Discord, so when they get in a game, they just get on Discord.
Tyler 1 isn't misunderstood. For a long time, he was the toxic aggro person that his permanent ban described.
Not banned on Twitch, no. I still have that, but banned from League.
But since returning to League of Legends, Tyler 1 has evolved. He's more presentable, more polite, less toxic.
I got you, Chase! Don't worry! Let's go! Let's go!
And right now, he might be exactly what Riot needs to increase interest in their game. This is his story.
Tyler motherfucking 1.
Tyler 1 Steinkamp was born on March 6, 1995 in Missouri. Little is known about his early life, but what we do know is that he created his YouTube account in 2014, but didn't become internet famous until 2016.
I'm gonna be rank 1 streamer in a couple months. You'll fucking see. Not a year, not 2 years, a couple months. Rank 1 streamer, 80,000 viewers. Don't worry, boys.
Prior to that, though, he was best known to students at Central Methodist University as a computer science student and running back for the school's football team, the Eagles.
You're a guy who's not afraid of contact either. I mean, has that always kind of been your style?
Not at the earlier years, but my junior and senior year, I started getting a little bit bigger, and I thought, what the heck, why not?
But at some point during his university career, Tyler One decided to drop out of Central Methodist to focus on a different path in life. While he was in university, Tyler One played League of Legends at a high level, reaching Challenger rank 13 during Season 4 in 2014.
You were watching a Challenger streamer. How's it feel?
But Tyler One didn't rise to fame just because he was good at League of Legends. He rose to fame because of the way he played the popular MOBA.
I'm Tyler fucking One!
See, there are some established norms you see in a lot of high-level League of Legends players. Strong communication.
And gay? No. Only if they ban. Oh, they banning?
They're banning.
I'm a zero.
Stop me right here.
I stop. Okay, and
Champion flexibility.
You put him on any champion. Listen. No. Welcome to the North American LCS.
And of course, mechanics.
The Beto Faker may be in trouble here. Deathmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
Tyler One, at least when he was starting out, really only had one of those things. His mechanics, specifically on Draven, were rock solid.
Idiots. I don't know who the fuck I am. I'm Tyler motherfucking One. Oh shit. Tyler motherfucking One.
Draven isn't the most popular, powerful, or even effective AD carry champion in League of Legends. In fact, he's a walking meme.
Let's admire me, Draven.
He's a pompous, blustering, axe-swinging example of pure toxicity who constantly brags about his skills.
Man, I'm good.
And denigrates his enemies.
According to LOLesports.com, 100% of you think that Draven will win.
Basically, Draven is a character designed to be hated, and his actual gameplay mechanics reflect that.
Hell yeah.
Where most AD carries are more effective the longer the game goes on, Draven's power is front-loaded. He's a terror to lane against in the early game.
But could Double Lift turn this one around? One more hit and you can see the power! The barrier works out! It's a double kill for Wild Turtle!
And once he gets rolling, he's all but unstoppable.
They get onto Xfinity. Who's going to get this kill? Right now the engage is still on Afro though. Exhausty looks for Double Lift. Sneaking gets the kill. 710 bonus gold. And they've already cleared up Vi as well. Afro casualty. Afro also goes down 54 bonus there. Sneaky is rich.
Draven fights for his fictional fans' adoration every time he kills anything, or catches one of his spinning axes. As long as he's pleasing the fans, he gets extra gold every time he kills an enemy champion. In a nutshell, Draven lives and dies by how aggressive he can be, and by how much his fans care about him.
You already know! Give me that shit, you already fucking know!
Tyler One was what League of Legends fans call a one-trick. He played Draven in every game he could, but it's unclear exactly why he loves the champion so much.
You guys may ask, Tyler, you only play Draven.
Maybe he identifies with Draven. Maybe he just likes the early game aggression the character encourages and rewards. Maybe he just thinks Draven looks cool. Whatever the reason though, Tyler One became known for his extremely high-level Draven play.
Let's go, boy! Fight me! I'm into it!
But he also became known for his incredible toxicity.
Damn, bitch, get the fuck out my lane! Pussy!
It's impossible to only play one champion in League of Legends. One of the aspects of a great player is being flexible, adapting to fit the meta and what your team needs from you. Tyler One was not flexible, and he didn't want to change for his team. If anything, he wanted his team to adapt to him.
Don't cast this, get the fuck off! And he get... Okay.
And when they didn't, he raged.
Holy fucking dick licker motherfucker! If he would've hit that one bitch, it was GG. You do realize that, you fuckboy.
Wait, he's actually fucking serious. Holy shit, I thought...
That's a fucking joke. Holy shit. What the fuck?
Tyler 1 quickly became the bane of high-level solo queue for his incessant trolling and his penchant for throwing games.
I'm not going to beat intentionally because I don't want banned, so I'm just going to, turret dive a full HP Anivia. You know what I mean?
If you banned Draven, if you picked Draven before him, if you did anything he didn't like, he'd start running it down mid. A now iconic phrase that meant running at the enemy team over and over again, feeding them kills, gold, and experience, and throwing the balance of the game in their favor.
Not my fault.
This turns even the best game of League into a miserable experience, as you watch whatever time you put into the game slip away into the abyss. But Tyler 1's fans loved it, and it made him famous.
I'm reformed. I'm reformed, boys, don't worry. Psych! I'll live for it, bitch. I don't give a fuck. You suck dick at Draven. Stick to fucking Uyghur.
Tyler 1 wasn't just aggressive. He was the most aggressive. He wasn't just toxic. He was the most toxic. He was toxic masculinity made flesh, and he encouraged his fans to make increasingly offensive donation comments on his stream.
Hey bitch, don't be talking shit to me, you trash Bronzy. My brother is a challenger. Hashtag you can milk those.
It's as bad as it sounds, but on the internet, there's a home for that type of content to not only survive, but flourish. Fans started pouring in, giving Tyler 1 nearly 100,000 Twitch followers in May 2016, which meant more views, more donations, more attention, and more criticism.
I'm just really confused about how a player like that isn't just completely permabanned instantly. I think there's got to be something wrong with the system because there's always going to be toxic players.
But it wasn't just pro players speaking out against Tyler 1's behavior. It was also David Freak Turley, a League of Legends caster and Riot employee, who would go on to become one of the loudest voices against Tyler 1.
Tyler 1's not really that much of a personality though. Like, he's a nobody. His only marketable skill is being an asshole. Like,
to a certain extent, Freak represented Riot's perspective. He knew how many times Tyler 1 had been temporarily banned for raging and toxicity before his sudden streaming success. In his eyes, it wasn't an act, and he hated that the community was rewarding a toxic player that was destroying League of Legends from the inside. But Tyler 1 wasn't going to be on the inside for much longer. On May 1st, 2016, Tyler 1 received a rare ID ban from League of Legends. An ID doesn't work like other bans. It's not just a ban on your account, it's a ban against you.
Not banned on Twitch, no. I still have that, but banned from League.
Tyler 1's account had been banned before, but he could always start a new account and work his way back up the ladder.
New account, new me. I don't know how, listen. I've said that probably about 20 times. New account, new me. I mean it this 21st time. I mean it.
Now, with this permaban in place, Tyler 1 couldn't play at all, regardless of the account he used. That meant absolutely no streaming League of Legends, because the second Riot saw the account he was playing on, he was gone.
Riot, please. God damn it.
The attention, the fans, the adoration, it was all slipping away. So Tyler 1 reinvented himself.
Add magic to the list, bitch. I'm about to show you how to do the best magic tricks. World, motherfuckers.
Of course, Tyler 1 couldn't just stream League now that he was banned. So he filled the time by doing different variety streams. He played different games.
I'm fucking on fire. Play the game.
Painted Easter eggs.
For the first one I'm gonna hit up is orange. After I do orange, like I said, I got 10 more eggs. Cause I bought a dozen, boys.
And even taught people how to cook.
If a meal looks good on your plate, it'll 100% taste good in your mouth.
So he began streaming games on a delay, knowing the account would be banned by the next time he tried to log in.
Back at it a motherfucking gear, boys. Let's get this shit.
But occasionally, he'd go live. One such post-ban live match even saw Tyler 1 face off against his rival, Freak.
No mana. You have no mana, bitch. You have no mana! Get the fuck out of here! Let's go! Get off my game. Get off my game. Get off. Get out of here, dude! Go fucking start casting LCS games. Go to fucking North Korea and fucking cast their games. Get out of my game. You should not be playing.
He occasionally played the part of the toxic, aggressive bully he was famous for being, but more often than not, he was trying to show how he had reformed.
I lost 2 massive promos. I did not say a single word in chat. God, that's fucking reform. Feels good, man.
And people were responding well to it.
Tyler 1 seems like a cool guy. I'd probably deal with him if he did get unbanned.
I think we can all agree if he's truly reformed, then if he'll write like a 20-page apology letter to Riot on everything that he's learned, we can agree he should be unbanned.
In fact, Tyler 1 even ran a semi-pro League of Legends amateur tournament, the Tyler 1 Championship Series, featuring actual teams with serious players facing off to stream viewership that eclipsed even some EULCS streams.
MLGP! Is it DCS? World Champion!
Tyler 1 was the everyman, suffering under Riot's so-called unfair bans, the way a significant part of League of Legends player base had. While many people who are given bans are actually toxic, many also don't see that to be the case. They see their bans as uncalled for.
Are you serious? I just got Tyler 1, dude.
In Tyler 1, that segment of the League community found their martyr. And that was most evident in October 2017, when a Riot employee, Aaron Sanjuro Rutledge, went to the R League of Legends Discord server to say that Tyler 1 looked like a damn homunculus, and that he'd die from a coke overdose or testicular cancer from all the steroids. Sanjuro was later fired for those comments, but his grudge against Tyler 1 was personal. He had to ban several of Tyler 1's accounts, which meant Tyler 1 and his toxicity was giving him a ton of work. But Tyler 1's response, fitting his new, reformed identity, was perfectly reasonable.
My accounts all still getting banned. Unless, fuck. As soon as they are publicly known, they're all banned. Or they get banned.
Fans started making #FreeTyler1 signs to show during LCS broadcasts, which Riot eventually banned too. He wasn't just banned from League, fans were even banned from bringing up his name on official broadcasts. To his fans, Tyler 1 was the oppressed underdog fighting back against a broken system. Until the system finally changed.
T1 has been unbanned from League of Legends. I'm sure you guys have probably heard the news by now. And it's true. After 613 days, I can finally play League of Legends without getting my accounts banned.
On January 8th, Tyler 1 returned to Twitch with a League of Legends stream, dressed as the adoration-needing, crowd-pleasing Draven, to a peak of 386,000 concurrent viewers, breaking the previous record set by Lee Faker Sang-hyuk. His stream was never massive, but now, all of a sudden, it was the biggest. And once he was back, Tyler 1 made good on his promise of reform.
I kept my mental strong enough to be unbanned from League of Legends, and thank you for that, Riot. Much love.
Draven may have been banned on his first game back.
That's fine. I don't think I'm going to be playing much Draven for the next couple weeks.
But there was less rage.
Tell you what I'm not kidding about, Riot. This right here. Yeah, you guys thought I was kidding? Huh? Yeah, you guys thought it was funny? I'm kidding. No, seriously.
Sure, his jokes could still be crass at times.
Vayne is much more AIDS to deal with than Draven. That's stupid. You're dumb. You're gonna lose.
But he stayed on the straight and narrow. No running it down mid, no ruining games, even picking champions other than Draven when the situation called for it.
You rather ban Draven over Vayne. Vayne snowballs harder than anybody in the game. What are you talking about?
Recently, Tyler 1 has even implemented an ad hoc solution to League's lack of effective communication for players, inviting his solo queue teammates into Discord voice chat with him so they can actually work together as a team at a high level.
We got fight, come here!
We're fighting, chill!
Let's go, baby!
Chill, we're fighting!
This bitch.
Tyler One's Whirlwind Redemption Tour came to a head at the NALCS 2018 Summer Finals, where Riot invited him on stage to play a show match with streamers, personalities, and even Freak.
I respect you.
Okay.
As a person, as a gamer, as a streamer, I believe we're gonna win bot lane.
Yes.
Yeah. I have faith.
Tyler One has left the game. This was all a prank. There was no show match ever planned.
Yeah. He was just checking that the Alt F4 keys worked.
Right. Oh, the 5-man!
Just die on cue! What?
I'm getting destroyed! This is an absolute massacre. The throw machine. 3 kills to 1. Stream Dream Team coming out on top. Crushing defeat for Tyler One, making his debut on the LCS stage.
From Tyler One signs being banned at the 2017 finals to playing on stage, Tyler One's image had totally turned around. By inviting him on stage, Riot had effectively confirmed that they supported the person Tyler One had become, that his reformation was authentic.
My forehead is so shiny, you're looking at a mirror. That gorgeous man was you.
Aw, wait. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
That was a compliment.
Thank you.
But one has to wonder, how authentic is Riot's approval? Tyler One is now one of the most popular streamers in League of Legends, thanks in part to Riot unbanning him. Those stream views are good for Riot, and bringing him on stage at finals was an endorsement of Tyler's streams. Riot has, in effect, profited off of Tyler One's reformation, but the problems that created Tyler One still exist.
Yeah, I'm feeding! Fuck this game!
League of Legends solo queue can still be a toxic place, and the tools for keeping toxic players out of the game aren't as strong as they can be. Players can just start new accounts and effectively smurf, trolling even lower level players who aren't as committed to playing the game.
They're actually griefing me. No bullshit. I'm actually being trolled. On stream.
The systemic problems that created Tyler One have yet to be addressed, and as if this were all a reality show, we're just supposed to appreciate the fact that we have one person who seems to have gotten better.
Bro, what the fuck?
Tyler One may have reformed, but League of Legends hasn't. If you love Tyler One, nothing is really going to change your mind. If you hate Tyler One, your situation is probably the same. Whether he's actually reformed or not, the Tyler One of 2018 is a very different beast to the Tyler One of 2016.
Dude, great job. Fuck it, let's play for kills, baby. No problem, buddy, got your back.
When Tyler One was banned, he was the physical manifestation of just about everything wrong with online toxicity.
Damn, bitch, get the fuck out my lane! Pussy!
These days, he's a streamer in the mold of any number of loud online personalities.
But will I hard carry this? Yes, I fucking will! Cause I'm T1, baby!
He's part of a growing breed of modern reality show stars, playing and performing for the amusement of tens of thousands of Twitch viewers.
Get this shit off me! Ah! Get this beta shit off me!
Tyler One has evolved. From a small-time streamer, to a meme, to a defining face for the League of Legends community.
What's up? Hey, y'all know who it be?
Whether you love him or hate him, he's someone you rally behind or against. He's Tyler One, and he's not going anywhere.
Thanks for watching. If you want more great content just like this, be sure to hit the subscribe button.
Draven out.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
Is the U.S. government covering up the truth about alien contact? And if so, why?
The government seems to be completely unaccountable to the American public. They rarely release anything that they know or the findings.
The fact that the U.S. government has investigated thousands and thousands of reports leads me to think they know much more than they let us believe.
Could the government have a secret agenda? One known to only a select few. and perhaps dating back hundreds of years.
The government's program continues to be deny, deny, deny.
Sometimes government finds it helpful to sow seeds of disinformation and misinformation to hide the facts about these sorts of programs.
Hillary Clinton was basically saying, you are going to give me the information I need to disclose the extraterrestrial presence, or I'm going to fire every single one of you.
People want to know what the government knows, and they ought to know what the government knows.
On December 16, 2017, the New York Times ran an explosive story entitled Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program. It was the first time the American public learned of a top-secret U.S. government project, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, otherwise known as ATIP.
The revelations concerning the existence of the Pentagon's ATIP program are extraordinary. It is the single biggest ever news in the whole history of the UFO phenomenon. It's not quite a spaceship in a hangar smoking gun, but it's the closest we've ever been.
I assure you that nothing like this has ever happened in the history of this issue. This is a milestone, this is a watershed.
The article reported that the program had been run by a former Pentagon official named Luis Elizondo, a senior career intelligence officer with top security clearance and with experience in everything from microbiology and parasitology to the study of global terrorism. It was Elizondo's job to investigate reports of unidentified flying objects and to measure what threat they could pose to national security.
ATIP received its cases from various different channels. In some cases, reporting would come up through Navy channels. In other cases, it would come up through Air Force channels. In other cases, it come through the intelligence community. And all roads led to our office regarding the phenomena.
Elizondo played a key role in the government's top-secret ATIP program prior to his leaving the government in 2017. Among the reasons given for his departure was the bitterness he felt that the research he was conducting and the conclusions that he and his colleagues were reaching were not being taken seriously by other agencies within the government. Even Congress, to which ATIP owed its funding, was hard-pressed to give Elizondo so much as a hearing so that his findings could be made part of the public record. Interestingly, just 2 months after Elizondo's exit from the government, the New York Times broke the major story, exposing the ATIP program and many of the facts surrounding the government's secret research into UFO activity.
When I read in the New York Times, this front page story that the government was running this semi-secret program to investigate, well, aerial phenomena, which is kind of a code word for UFOs. Yeah, I thought, my God, all these years, people who think that we're being visited were claiming that the government was, in fact, possessing some secret knowledge about this. And sure enough, they did have this secret investigation.
For Luis Elizondo, the New York Times article served as a vindication for the years that his research went unrecognized and his warnings unheeded. For if the UFO activity being recorded was real, so too was the possibility that it was being caused by technologies that were not only unknown, but of extraterrestrial origin.
Elizondo, he resigned because he felt the government considered this a joke. I think that the fact that these folks are out there trying to get the answers that we're all seeking, absolutely fantastic. And they're getting to top government officials. And someday, we're going to get the answers from people like that. Not from government, but from people like that.
Luckily for Luis Elizondo, one of the people who took him and his research seriously was musician and UFO researcher Tom DeLonge.
Tom DeLonge, who is most famous for his being the lead in Blink-182. I've known Tom for a while, and he spearheaded an initiative that's brought together a number of scientists and others to both continue to study the phenomena on the outside in the private sector and to raise funds to do that.
His enthusiasm, his passion has driven things forward. A lot of people were saying, what does a rock star know about all this? Let's not forget that sometimes even people in government and military and the intelligence community get a little more starstruck than they should by celebrities. Tom DeLonge was able to use this to leverage, I guess, access where others had tried and failed.
In October 2017, Tom DeLonge announced the creation of his To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, an organization devoted to the study of UFOs and the possible existence of extraterrestrial activity here on Earth. When Elizondo left the Pentagon, he was determined to bring ATIP's years of investigation out of the shadows by releasing several of the videos he had collected. One of them featured this incredible encounter taken by a fighter jet in Florida in 2015, now known as the gimbal video.
My gosh, and the wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. Well, the first, look at that thing. It's rotating.
On December 18, 2017, DeLonge and Elizondo revealed a second shocking video, which was released through the Washington Post. This UFO had been tracked by the USS Princeton for several days over the Pacific Ocean, approximately 100 miles southwest of San Diego.
On the screen, it also says the speed of the F-18 is 250 knots, roughly about 280 miles per hour. This F-18 can't seem to get any closer to this vehicle, whatever it is. Now, the F-18 is one of the highest technology fighter crafts on the planet, and it can't catch this thing?
In March 2018, a third Pentagon video entitled Go Fast was released and featured yet another unexplained aerial encounter.
Oh my gosh, dude.
But perhaps the most shocking information to come from Tom DeLonge and his To the Stars Academy was Luis Elizondo's claim that Bigelow Aerospace had modified its buildings for the storage of strange metal alloys of unknown origin, also known as metamaterials.
Now, stop the presses right there. What are these metal alloys?
Luis Elizondo has referred to these as metamaterials. The implication is that they're not special magical elements or anything, but they do seem to be materials that have been studied. According to Elizondo, tests have been run. The answer has come back. Whatever these things were, they came from space.
There was also indications that there were certain polymers that were discovered at crash sites that were unexplained and were reviewed.
What are these materials? Are they of this Earth? Are they from an advanced alien intelligence? Were these metals actually taken from crashed UFOs? What are the sources for these kinds of metals? These are the kind of questions that we need to learn the answers to if we're going to get to the bottom of understanding what the government knows about UFOs.
Is it possible that the U.S. military has recovered crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft, and that wreckage from these aircraft is currently being stored and studied by a top-secret team at Bigelow Aerospace?
One of the really interesting things about ATIP is how much information hasn't been released. We hear things that are coming. There's this report that was written that we're supposed to get to see at some point. Haven't seen it yet. And then, are there more videos? We've seen, I think, 3 videos come out that they've released. There has to be more. They were doing this for like 5 years or maybe even a lot longer than that. I bet you there's a lot more.
other secret military programs that have been going on for many, many decades. And it's really just the tip of the iceberg.
Was the U.S. government's ATIP program the only one to be investigating extraterrestrial activity? And if so, how was it started and why? And was the government seriously concerned that such activity was happening? Or was the bigger concern that the public would find out about it? Washington, D.C., 2007. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada summoned Senator Daniel Inouye from Hawaii and Alaska Senator Ted Stevens to a secure room in the Capitol building for a secret meeting. He convinces them to lend their support to fund a project researching UFO reports in the interest of national security, the Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program, or ATIP.
Senator Reid was successful in getting money into the Defense Department budget to create a small office to look at what the government knew and to study some more recent incidents that had occurred and to delve into the background and to try to explain what pilots who had encountered strange aerial phenomena couldn't explain.
Without any public debate, $22 million is allocated for ATIP from a black money budget that few people know about or can monitor.
Much of it, I think, was classified. Much of it was unclassified, but I think people didn't know about the program. I'm very glad that my friend Harry Reid decided that he would pursue this and sought money for it. Senator Stevens was genuinely interested in the topic, but none of them went out and discussed it.
When later asked about his support for the program, Senator Reid said that he was inspired by his friend, retired former senator and astronaut John Glenn. Glenn, the first American astronaut to orbit the Earth, told Reid that he thought that the federal government should be looking seriously into UFOs. But there are some who believe that Reid's support owes less to John Glenn than to his friendship with one of the senator's largest campaign contributors, Robert Bigelow, the founder of Bigelow Aerospace.
Robert Bigelow owned a series of hotels, and he sold it and made a lot of money. He decided then he wanted to get into space exploration. He's fascinated by extraterrestrials and UFOs.
NASA was providing insight as opposed to oversight, which is an important distinction there.
And his dear friend, Senator Harry Reid of Nevada, was convinced by Robert Bigelow to get the government to spend $22 million into this program to investigate UFOs.
At the time, the fact that much of ATIP's research was outsourced to Bigelow Aerospace made perfect sense. First of all, the company already had a staff of highly qualified aerospace engineers. And secondly, an outside company could operate without the kind of public scrutiny imposed on a government-based agency. Bigelow could operate in total secrecy.
Private companies aren't held to the Freedom of Information Act. Private companies can do whatever they want to with their funding, and you can't go then and fill out a Freedom of Information Act request. That's a way to keep things more secretive.
But was the ATIP program's need for secrecy merely designed to keep its UFO findings independent of public scrutiny? Or was there a greater interest in hiding not only what ATIP was finding, but also what those in charge of the program were looking for? In May 2017, Robert Bigelow was the subject of a profile on CBS's 60 Minutes. The piece focused on Bigelow's relationship to NASA and his activities in creating life support habitats for future astronauts. During his interview, Bigelow revealed to 60 Minutes that he was not only an aerospace enthusiast, but a full-fledged believer in extraterrestrials.
Do you believe in aliens?
I'm absolutely convinced. That's all there is to it.
Do you also believe that UFOs have come to Earth?
There has been and is an existing presence, an ET presence. And I spent millions and millions. I probably spent more as an individual than anybody else in the United States has ever spent on this subject.
Is it risky for you to say, you know, in public that you believe in UFOs and aliens?
I don't care.
You don't worry that some people will say, did you hear that guy? He sounds like he's crazy.
I don't care.
Why not?
It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to change reality of what I know.
Bob Bigelow said, ETs are here. They're right under your nose. And he uses the word ET. He doesn't beat around the bush.
We must now go and ask the head of Bigelow Aerospace, what does he mean that aliens are under everyone's noses? This story really is begging for somebody to go to Robert Bigelow and say, can we now go and see your warehouse? What a fantastic next step it would be for the world.
Although funding for the ATIP program was quietly ended in 2012, there are those who believe that its focus on the study of recent UFO activity and on the study of extraterrestrial life are still alive and well, although now further hidden under a different agency name.
When the Pentagon grudgingly admitted the existence of the ATIP program, they did a clever thing, and they said that the funding had run out in 2012. The implication was that the program was no more. But with my knowledge of the way in which these classified, sensitive programs are run, pulling the funding plug is not the same as terminating the project.
But while some version of the government's ATIP program may still be operating in secret, the same cannot be said for some of the agency's former employees. And there is one in particular who is not only open to the idea that aliens do exist, he has made it his mission to communicate his findings throughout the world. When the New York Times story broke, revealing the existence of the U.S. government's ultra-top-secret ATIP program, UFO experts and ancient astronaut theorists had validation for what they knew had been happening for decades. That the government has proof of extraterrestrial visitation, and that they have been hiding it from the public.
The investigations were denied during the time of their happening, and it's really curious that we're always told, no, these programs are not happening, and then 20 years later, these documents are being released to reveal the fact that these investigations did happen.
Although the government's ATIP program was established in 2007, it was by no means the first top-secret program designed to investigate UFO activity in the United States. The first was known simply as Project Sign, and it was set up within the U.S. Air Force to investigate unexplained aerial phenomena, such as the event now known as the Battle of Los Angeles.
What's called the Battle of LA is actually one of the earliest unexplained UFO mysteries in our modern era. 3 months after Pearl Harbor, it took place on the early morning of February 25th, 1942.
An unknown object appeared over Los Angeles, and anti-aircraft guns opened fire on it.
The anti-aircraft guns began barking during a blackout ordered by the 4th Interceptor Command at 2:25 a.m.
1,430 artillery shells were fired at several unknown objects. Many eyewitnesses on the ground saw this. There was concern that the Japanese were somehow involved, but there was no Japanese aircraft carrier, no chance that Japanese airplanes could have been responsible for this. The Secretary of the Navy said to the public it was just war nerves, there was nothing out there whatsoever.
Although the U.S. Army Air Force officially dismissed the objects seen in the sky as weather balloons, they failed to explain why so many weather balloons would have been floating over Los Angeles in the first place. In the years following the Battle of Los Angeles, numerous other UFO sightings were reported, including the one widely referred to as the Roswell incident. in which an unidentified object, referred to in the press as a flying saucer, reportedly crashed on a ranch just outside the town of Roswell, New Mexico on July 4th, 1947.
The Roswell incident was probably a major contributor to the establishment of what became known as Project Sign just a couple of months later.
By the time Project Sign was established in 1948, UFO sightings had become so frequent they could no longer be ignored or dismissed. Given the fact that there was a Cold War escalating between the United States and the Soviet Union, concerns that UFOs might be spy satellites or foreign-made weapons gave some justification to the increasing paranoia. Answers needed to be found. But just as the government's first official UFO program was getting started, it was suddenly and mysteriously shut down.
There was a very big incident during the summer of 1948 when a report went to the Air Force Chief of Staff, General Hoyt Vandenberg, and it stated, "This is real, they're here." And Vandenberg closed down Project Sign.
But why would the Air Force Chief of Staff shut down a program designed to study UFOs just after being informed that UFOs were not only real, but of genuine concern? For the next 4 years, UFO sightings continued to be reported, so many in fact that the government could no longer dismiss them as hoaxes, weather anomalies, or simply the product of mass hysteria. By March 1952, a number of high-ranking Air Force generals became so frustrated with the military's previous attempts to properly investigate so-called flying saucers that they launched a program that would be the most serious and best funded to date, Project Blue Book. Under the command of Air Force Captain Edward Rappelt, this new top-secret agency would take UFOs and their potential threat to national security very seriously.
Project Blue Book produced a standard form for people who wanted to report a UFO. What did it look like? Was there a sound? They even had a chart for people to calculate the angle of elevation. If UFOs are nothing to worry about, why is the Air Force requesting so much information about the true nature of what the witnesses saw?
In January 1953, after gathering hundreds of reported sightings, photographs, and interviews, Captain Rappelt and astronomer Dr. J. Allen Hynek prepared and presented their best 23 cases to a CIA-formed panel of scientists led by Dr. H.P. Robertson. The Robertson panel concluded that the evidence could all be dismissed as natural occurrences and was not worth the effort of the government.
And it was the Robertson panel which was the origin for a lot of the propaganda that was put out in the media when it came to UFOs. They wanted to publicly ridicule the subject so that people wouldn't want to be associated with it, basically killing all the public interest in this field so that they could continue to research these exotic technologies behind the scenes.
In 1969, Project Blue Book was finally shut down on the grounds that there was no proof the unidentified objects posed a national security threat or were of extraterrestrial origin. But was that really the end of the story, or only the beginning? In February 2018, Nick Pope, the former Director of Defense Security at the British Ministry of Defense, traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with Chase Klunsky, a registered lobbyist for UFO disclosure and a former program developer for the U.S. Department of Defense. Chase Klunsky has investigated numerous U.S. government secret studies into UFOs and has examined many of the once classified files pertaining to Project Blue Book.
I've got this Project Blue Book file from the FBI archives, and the first page I want to really go over with you is this one that indeed reads UFO fact sheet.
Okay, so this is basically a summary of the position with regard to Project Blue Book.
Right, the official statement.
Okay, and so this says, since the termination of Project Blue Book, no evidence has been presented to indicate that further investigation of UFOs by the Air Force is warranted. Terminated? Well, was the program really terminated? That's my question.
Absolutely. And if it was, what took its place?
Well, yes, the Air Force isn't suddenly going to stop being interested in uncorrelated targets in its airspace.
Right, absolutely. And the second document, I really want you to weigh in on. It doesn't make sense.
Wow, 12,618 sightings, that's a lot. And 701 of them remained completely unidentified. That's a staggering amount. These are the cases that were properly investigated, interviewed witnesses, radar tapes were looked at, and still no answers found. Wait a minute, here, look, here it is. At the end of the program, the unknowns drop. They go from 32 to 19 to 3 and 1. I smell a rat. They've cooked the books. Can't pull the plug on the program if you've still got a high number of unknowns. So they clearly push those cases out of the unidentified column and into the cases that are explained, at least publicly. This is their way out.
Was Project Blue Book officially shut down because it had simply found no convincing evidence that UFOs were real? Or was it because the government had come to the opposite conclusion, that not only were they real, but of extraterrestrial origin? A truth that could be so potentially disturbing, it needed to be covered up even deeper than before. As far as UFO researchers and ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, proof that the U.S. government has not only known about extraterrestrial activity on our planet, but has been systematically covering it up for decades, first came in the form of a single roll of 35mm film, anonymously sent to a documentary filmmaker by the name of Jamie Chandaray in 1984. The film, when developed, showed images of an 8-page memo allegedly written in 1952 by the first director of the CIA, Roscoe Hillenkoetter, to President-elect Dwight Eisenhower. In it, Hillenkoetter informs Eisenhower of the existence of a top-secret government think tank that was originally set up by President Harry S. Truman in 1947. It was referred to in the memo as MJ-12, initials which stood for a far more mysterious group of men known as the Majestic 12.
The authorization to establish MJ-12 allegedly came from President Harry Truman on September 24th, 1947. This was actually one day after the famous memo in which General Nathan Twining wrote a 3-page letter about these flying saucers to another general, talking quite explicitly about their characteristics, the fact that this was real, not visionary or fictitious.
That document identified the 12 people who were MJ-1 through MJ-12. The first one, MJ-1, was Admiral Hillenkoetter of the Navy. There were 4 military people, there were 4 technical people, and then there were just general government people. They were the kind of people you'd expect to have been involved in an important top-secret program.
While the authenticity of the MJ-12 documents is still being debated, what is known is that in 1954, Eisenhower thought enough of the UFO phenomenon to order that a new secret military base be set up. Located 83 miles northwest of Las Vegas, Nevada, Area 51 would later become infamous as the most top-secret military base in the world.
Area 51 is the secret base of all secret bases. For a long time, it was the place that we went to study foreign technology.
During the 1970s and 80s, T.D. Barnes worked at the secret base, reverse engineering captured enemy aircraft like Russian MiG jets.
What we considered reverse engineering was taking a plane or a radar, taking it apart, looking at the electronics, how they built it. We were all bound by security oaths. We could not talk.
But is it possible that in addition to reverse engineering foreign fighter jets, Area 51 employees were also working on other out-of-this-world technologies?
To my mind, it's also clear that the U.S. government has had crashed extraterrestrial technology, and Area 51 would have been the perfect place to reverse engineer and test that particular information.
In order to ensure that the activities at Area 51 and elsewhere were kept hidden from the public, members of the military and even officers were sworn to secrecy. But luckily for UFO researchers and ancient astronaut theorists, not everyone involved was willing to keep quiet. Some became whistleblowers who risked everything from public scorn to imprisonment in order to let the public learn the truth. Washington State, June 24th, 1947. Aviator and businessman Kenneth Arnold witnesses 9 fast-moving objects flying in tandem near Mount Rainier. He times them as they fly between 2 mountain peaks and calculates their speed to be between 1,200 and 1,700 miles per hour, at least 600 miles per hour faster than the fastest aircraft in existence at the time. Although the U.S. Air Force formally categorized Kenneth Arnold's experience as a mirage, other reported sightings were not so easily dismissed. The public was starting to demand answers.
Once the initial sighting happened by Kenneth Arnold and the Roswell incident took place, there were sightings everywhere around the United States. They were happening all over the world.
In 1949, retired Marine Corps pilot turned writer Major Donald Kehoe was asked by True Magazine to write an article on these numerous sightings. Although Kehoe was a skeptic, he spent the next 8 months conducting his own research by tapping into his contacts in the Pentagon and the military. Eventually, he came to a conclusion he would have considered unthinkable. Flying saucers were not only real, they were of extraterrestrial origin.
Major Kehoe was one of the last real military voices from the time of the Truman administration going into the Eisenhower administration, who was honestly trying to tell the truth.
Kehoe's article in True Magazine shook the nation. It was not only a solid piece of journalism on the topic of UFOs, but served as a stinging indictment of the U.S. military and the government's determination to keep the public in the dark.
That True Magazine, it was historic because it went to a heck of a lot of people.
Then in 1958, Kehoe went on a program called the Armstrong Circle Theater, which was a live television program.
UFO, the Enigma of the Skies, on the Armstrong Circle Theater. Major, you've seen our report on the Air Force conclusions dealing with the current UFO sightings.
Well, I was excited to hear that Kehoe was going to debate the Air Force.
And now, Mr. Edwards, I would like to make a disclosure, something which has never been revealed to the public.
Toward the end of the program, he broke in and said to the effect, I'm going to say something that the public has never heard before.
If the hearings are held, open hearings, I feel it will prove beyond doubt that the flying saucers are...
At that point, his sound was lost.
What was Major Kehoe saying and who cut him off?
Thank you, Major Kehoe.
It was later discovered that Air Force officials had been stationed in the control booth during the broadcast. And there are many who still believe that Kehoe's audio was deliberately cut in order to keep him from revealing top-secret information concerning the government's ongoing UFO investigations.
The Air Force was lying.
But why was the Air Force so concerned about the American public hearing Major Kehoe's statement? What did they have to lose if they were forced to admit their ongoing investigations into UFOs?
I wrote this down because I think it's one of the most important historic sentences, and it comes from Major Kehoe. For the past 175 years, that would be 1772. That would be before the founding of the United States. The planet Earth has been under systematic, close-range examination by living observers from another planet.
This is nothing new. These cover-ups have happened for thousands and thousands of years. Throughout ancient texts, there are references to what I call misunderstood technology.
In modern times, you'll hear stories of UFOs and spacecraft because now we have the language to talk about technology. Whereas in ancient times, they didn't have any reference to that kind of technology. So they would have thought this is something that's angelic or from another dimension or godlike.
The fact that the US government has investigated thousands and thousands of reports leads me to think that they may know much more than what they let us believe.
Proof of the US government's complicity in covering up extraterrestrial activity does not only come in the form of leaked documents and the contents of secret files. Sometimes, the evidence comes from credible first-hand accounts, not from whistleblowers, but from American astronauts.
Everything that NASA does is supposedly above board. Everything they do, they should tell us about. We should know about all of their launches and missions and who all the astronauts are. They themselves are not sharing all of the information. Most of it is being kept secret.
The Baikonur Cosmodrome, April 12, 1961. The Vostok 1 rocket achieves liftoff, and Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin is heralded as the first human in space. The event serves as a wake-up call to the United States and NASA, whose Project Mercury program would, over the next 2 years, launch 6 of its own astronauts into space. The space race to land a human being on the moon was on, and mankind was now a spacefaring species.
The achievement of putting the man in space was almost a miracle. Nobody knows what they might see or encounter out there, extraterrestrial spacecraft, or even ETs themselves.
Liftoff.
Although the first 5 Mercury missions go off without incident,
Liftoff 30 minutes after the hour.
during the 6th and final mission, astronaut Gordon Cooper reports an unusual encounter. While aboard his spacecraft, he reports a green glowing object quickly approaching his capsule. The UFO is also picked up by NASA's tracking station. But by the time Cooper splashes down in the Pacific Ocean, reporters are told that any questions about the incident are strictly forbidden.
There's no question that NASA actually has protocols in place for how astronauts should deal with and report or not report anomalies. Now, over the years, there have been astronauts that have kind of broken those protocols. Gordon Cooper is one who talked a lot about a UFO sighting he had on a Mercury spacecraft, and that upset quite a few people at NASA.
In June 1965, 2 years after Gordon Cooper's flight, Gemini 4 astronaut James McDivitt reports seeing a metallic object flying in orbit alongside his spacecraft. And once again, the event is quickly covered up.
There have been many stories over the years coming from astronauts of various missions, from Mercury missions, from the Apollo missions, and even from Soviet missions to space, where astronauts have come out and said that they have seen these UFOs flying around, that they've been followed, that they've seen unconventional aircraft on some of their missions.
There's a story that Buzz Aldrin tells about Apollo 11, where the Apollo 11 spacecraft was followed for many, many hours by an object that was so strange that they actually reported on it through their private channels.
I'm looking out the window, and I said, "What's that?" "There's an object that's moving with respect to everything else." "Geez, it's not supposed to be doing that. Wonder how far away it is." "If it's a long ways away, it's going mighty fast. If it's not too far away, it maybe isn't going very fast. Wonder what it is. Hey, Neil, look at this." We look at it. "God, what is that?" "Probably the upper stage rocket." "Yeah, but didn't we just watch that thing carefully out in front of us, out the window, light its engine and go, shoo?" "Well, I guess that's not what we're looking at, because that's a long ways away." "What's the odds that it's some alien or Russian or something else?" But we were not about to cancel the moon mission and putt over there to find out which one it was.
There's been many astronauts that have come forward that have talked about this. So it seems like some of them want to talk about it, and others are either afraid to talk about it or they've been silenced for some reason.
One person involved with the early space program who did not remain silent was Joanne Donaldson, a young biomedical engineer at NASA. In 1972, during the Apollo 17 moon mission, Donaldson's job was to monitor the astronauts' vital signs and to observe their pre-flight and post-flight recovery.
Ron Evans was in charge of the command module while Gene Cernan and Harrison Smith were on the surface of the moon. When the command module would orbit the moon, part of the orbit would take it behind the moon, what we call loss of signal to mission control. Day 2, Ron came out from behind the moon, reported into mission control, and Gene comes up on the comm lake and says, "Hey, Ron, you're not lonely up there without us, are you?" And Ron reported back, says, "No, I got company." Everybody was just kind of taken back. It's like, company? That in itself implies that there was something else up there with him. Well, Mission Control's first reaction was, "Guys, are you joking?" And Ron says, "No, this is not a joke. There is an object flying in formation with me up here circling the moon." When Ron reported that the object was leaving his orbit, he calculated that they had been in formation with him for approximately 5 to 5.5 orbits of the moon.
But as far as the public was concerned, nothing out of the ordinary happened. At the exact moment that astronaut Ron Evans reported he was not alone, NASA officials disconnected the public feed for media outlets. The following day, NASA ordered a conference call for everyone involved in the incident.
We were all told we're going to continue on with the mission as if nothing has happened, and do not discuss this anomaly with anyone outside of your command.
After the Apollo 17 crew splashed down in the Pacific Ocean, Joanne Donaldson examined Evans as part of the post-mission recovery procedure.
Ron was sitting up on the side of his bunk, and he goes, "Well, I'm reliving what I saw while I was in orbit around the moon. I don't think the Russians launched something this big in orbit. I estimate this thing was 40, 45 feet long. It was cigar shaped."
Now, any cylindrical object like that is not going to be something that we made. So what was it? Clearly, it was not one of ours.
We trust these astronauts to report back on what they see. They're essentially scientists that are exploring space on our behalf. But a lot of people are unaware of the fact that many of our astronauts have spoken openly about UFOs. Many of them were fighter pilots before they became astronauts, and they have seen craft flying as pilots.
Give me like an hour.
Could it be they've been pulled aside and
All right, I'll be back in like an hour.
This is all you're allowed to say and no more because NASA is trying to silence these astronauts from telling the truth?
Another Apollo astronaut who openly admitted his belief in extraterrestrial contact was Edgar Mitchell, the lunar module pilot for Apollo 14. In his later years, he claimed many of his colleagues had strange paranormal experiences during their missions, and frequently declared that most UFO phenomena are directly connected to extraterrestrial activity.
I have had no first-hand personal experience, but all the evidence from the research people that I know from both Europe and the United States have investigated all the sightings for dozens of years, and it's pretty sure it's all true. I believe that the alien craft, presuming they're the reality, I think they are and others think they are, have been coming for a long, long time.
As the sixth person to walk on the moon, Mitchell's opinions concerning UFOs and their connection to extraterrestrial encounters have been difficult to dismiss. But if otherworldly entities have been making contact with us, not only for decades, but for centuries, what is their goal? July 20th, 1969.
Eagle, that looks good. Eagle, Houston, everything's looking good here, over.
Millions of people around the world are glued to their televisions to watch one of the greatest achievements in human history. Astronaut Neil Armstrong is about to become the first Earth-born extraterrestrial by stepping foot on the surface of the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Although Richard Nixon is the current president of the United States, most give credit to the man who held the office 6 years earlier, John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
Many years ago, the great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said, because it is there. Well, space is there, and we're going to climb it.
But even as Neil Armstrong and fellow astronaut Buzz Aldrin were still engaged on their historic mission, Nixon and the team at NASA now faced an even more daunting challenge: what to do next. The moon mission had gripped the American consciousness as nothing before. And even though a number of return missions had been planned, there was nothing on the launch pad that could top landing a man on the moon as either a national goal or effective political propaganda. To this end, in 1972, as Nixon began planning his re-election campaign, the Space Shuttle program was announced. It was also during this same time that the President's Chief of Staff, H.R. Haldeman, proposed the creation of a documentary film that would depict Nixon as being fully committed to the development of a number of ambitious science-based programs. To produce it, Haldeman turned to successful advertising executive turned filmmaker Robert Emenegger.
They knew that Bob had made promotional films for the Department of Defense, so he was contacted and asked if he would come to a meeting in Los Angeles with the committee to re-elect the president. And they said, we need a media consultant. We'd like somebody to come on board and make a documentary that would support Nixon, a documentary about some perhaps secret project that the government's been working on that can be released or declassified. Well, they were run around the country being shown all sorts of secret projects. They went to Wright-Patterson and they were shown very classified laser experiments. They were shown dolphins being trained for demolition work. They were shown dogs being trained for various tasks. Then they were taken to Norton Air Force Base, which at that time housed the Air Force Film Depository. Paul Shartle was the director of the depository. They were taken into a building where these films were kept. They were taken into what was known as a clean room, meaning it was free of any bugs, microphones, video equipment, anything.
It was during his meeting at Norton Air Force Base that Robert Emenegger learned that Paul Shartle had a different agenda from that of the president and a different film in mind than the one that had been initially proposed.
And Charles said, I'd like to ask you this. How would you like to make a documentary on UFOs? And Bob Elmenegger was stunned. He told me at his home, he said, I didn't know anything about UFOs. I was shocked. They said if we would make the documentary, we would be given 600 feet of 16mm film shot at Holloman Air Force Base of a UFO landing there.
For Robert Elmenegger, it was an offer too good to refuse. Believing he had the full support of both the president and the military, he set about to make the U.S. government's first official film on the subject of UFOs. He quickly recruited Rod Serling, Burgess Meredith, and Jose Ferrer to narrate the film. And the final explosive scene was to show actual footage of an alien encounter. But when it came time to receive the incredible footage he'd been promised, Elmenegger had the government's once open door slammed in his face.
They had been promised really dramatic footage, said to be completely legit, of a UFO landing at Holloman Air Force Base in 1964, which had alien beings come out like the day the Earth stood still, essentially.
Out came some kind of a ramp. Our contingent of humans walked up, met these two Ebens, extraterrestrial biological entities, and that in this doorway was a being unlike the Ebens, and that it was holding a rod that had a spiral that went around the rod, and that this was used to communicate with our team.
This was a film. They had 4 different vantage points. They were shooting it, 1 from the air, 3 on the ground, and the craft landed. The aliens came out, and they stored the craft. All this was on film.
But on the day Elmenegger was to be given a copy of the 16mm footage from the Air Force, the filmmaker received an unexpected phone call.
It is one of those like out of a Hollywood feature. It's supposed to be coming. A courier is on the way. They cannot believe it. It's really going to happen. They're going to see all of this film. And then another phone call. We're sorry. The approval has been rescinded. No film.
Bob Elmenegger was crushed. He said, why? And he's found out that making a documentary exposing UFOs as being extraterrestrial would not help the president, but conceivably could harm them.
Ultimately, Robert Elmenegger was forced to complete his documentary without the sensational footage he had been promised.
It was a documentary called UFOs Past, Present, Future, and they also had a book by the same name.
As written by Robert Elmenegger and directed by Ray Rivas, the documentary proved to be both popular and influential. Even without the smoking gun footage, it caused a sensation and was later credited as one of the inspirations behind Steven Spielberg's 1977 blockbuster, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
The Robert Elmenegger disclosure effort is what I call it. I said, you know, that film, Bob, that's very strange. You know, if it weren't for the location, that's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he said, what, I didn't tell you? And I said, you didn't tell me what? I didn't tell you I gave a copy to Steven Spielberg? And I said, no, you didn't tell me that. So the documentary was done in 1975. Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out in 1977. And so when you see Close Encounters of the Third Kind, it's the Holloman Air Force Base story. Just change the location. It's exactly what the story was.
While the alleged alien UFO footage from Holloman Air Force Base has never surfaced, many ancient astronaut theorists believe it still exists under lock and key.
What I am really, truly expecting is that somewhere from 2018 going forward in the next decade, that finally all of that film is going to be released and that we will finally enter the true history.
Did the U.S. Air Force really have footage of secret meetings between government officials and extraterrestrials? And if so, where is it now? For decades, American presidents have officially denied that they've received any information that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth. But considering that the U.S. government has conducted at least 4 major investigations into UFO activity since the 1940s, why has there been so much time and taxpayer money devoted to studying something that the government claims isn't happening?
We don't know for an absolute fact what kind of briefings presidents actually receive when they come into office about extraterrestrials, but we do have some indications from some documents that do exist. One of them being of the original MJ-12 presidential briefing for President Eisenhower, telling him all about the crash at Roswell.
On November 2nd, 2005, a document surfaced that was allegedly a transcript made from a recorded presidential briefing held at Camp David in March of 1981. Present were President Ronald Reagan, CIA Director William Casey, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, and a mysterious person known only as the caretaker. According to the document, during the meeting, the caretaker shared evidence that aliens have been visiting the Earth for thousands of years, and that modern American records of such encounters officially began in 1947, following the Roswell incident.
Certainly, if you look at Ronald Reagan, he's somebody who brought up aliens all the time. To my mind, what Reagan is communicating is, yes, Roswell happened. Yes, it is significant. Yes, there are aliens. And we'd better get used to this idea or figure out how to deal with them.
I, William Jefferson Clinton.
But it was with the inauguration of President Bill Clinton in January 1993 that many UFO researchers believed they finally had an ally in the White House.
If the United States Air Force did recover alien bodies, they didn't tell me about it either, and I want to know.
So when Bill Clinton gets into office, he called in his presidential aide, Webb Hubbell, and the first 2 things that he asked for after he was president was, who killed JFK, and are there aliens? Clinton knew that there was something up about aliens and UFOs that people were not being told.
In his quest to shed light on the government's secret UFO investigations, President Clinton found an unlikely ally in billionaire philanthropist Lawrence S. Rockefeller, who used his influence to push full disclosure about possible extraterrestrial activities on Earth.
The way it started was Lawrence Rockefeller, who was one of the famous Rockefeller brothers, had been shown a documentary on Roswell and was very, very interested. So the election was going on at the time, and he said, whether Ross Perot wins, or George Bush wins, or Bill Clinton wins, I'm going to the White House, and I'm going to get them to disclose the UFO story.
In 1993, Lawrence Rockefeller began inviting a select group of UFO researchers and ancient astronaut theorists to join him for an important first meeting of what would become known as the Rockefeller Initiative.
In 1993, I got a phone call saying, Linda, we'd like you to join a group of your peers at Lawrence Rockefeller's ranch at Jackson Hole. So we met. There were people like Robert Bigelow, now the head of Bigelow Aerospace, and there were others that were authors and scientists.
One of the people who helped edit the letter on UFO disclosure to the President of the United States was Hillary Clinton. She was the First Lady at the time.
Another person close to Bill Clinton, who was an advocate for government investigation of UFOs, was John Podesta, who served as the president's assistant in 1993 and became his deputy chief of staff in 1997.
Well, I've had a long career trying to fight against government secrecy and create more openness. Right after I left law school, I started working on that at the Department of Justice, then at the Senate Judiciary Committee, and then when I worked for President Clinton in the White House, I was one of the people spearheading an initiative to declassify what turned out to be over 1 billion pages of documents that were resident at the National Archives. In President Clinton's case, I think he was interested in the phenomena. He had worked with his then science advisor, Jack Gibbons, to understand what was going on.
This correspondence starts going back and forth for 3 years. Rockefeller is putting immense pressure on the White House to disclose.
Lawrence Rockefeller requested that the 1947 Roswell incident be a starting point in the government's disclosure.
They went out and they reinvestigated Roswell. It came back, and Bill Clinton saw the final report in 1995.
President Clinton's one of the most curious people I've ever met. I think he wanted to know what the Air Force knew and got a report back that, in my view, was a little bit unsatisfying.
And he was furious, from what I was told.
The Rockefeller Initiative was hoping for a revelation, but the U.S. Air Force stuck to its position that a crashed weather balloon caused the Roswell incident.
Clinton goes to Belfast, Northern Ireland in November of 1995. He's lighting the Christmas tree, and that's when he gives the famous speech. He said he gets a letter from Ryan, which I tried to recover in an FOIA. There is no letter to Ryan. I think they just made it up. He said, Ryan, if you're out there in the audience tonight, here's the answer to your question.
No. As far as I know, an alien spacecraft did not crash in Roswell, New Mexico. And Ryan, if the United States Air Force did recover alien bodies, they didn't tell me about it either, and I want to know.
That's why in 1997, the U.S. Air Force goes out and does a second Roswell report, spends $20 million on it because the president was furious.
According to the revised report, the so-called alien bodies that eyewitnesses claimed they saw being pulled from the wreckage were dismissed as being nothing more than crash test dummies, which had been tethered to parachutes being used in an otherwise conventional test.
Dr. Gibbons pressed first the Secretary of Defense, Les Aspin, then the Secretary of the Air Force to take this matter seriously, to do a review. The boxes were missing, the documents were gone, nobody knew anything, you know, the trail kind of went cold.
In 1996, the Rockefeller Initiative was quietly closed, and its participants, frustrated that forces within the government still refused to reveal the truth, went away without the answers they'd hoped for.
The Rockefeller Initiative is considered by some researchers to be the biggest government UFO disclosure story of all times.
The fact that it even existed, that it was sanctioned in any way by the government, that the report was accepted by the White House and people in the government, I think is very, very highly significant. So it's kind of a very small incremental step forward in the process of disclosure and moving us towards the ultimate answers to the questions that we're all asking.
Washington, D.C., July 1996. Political activist Stephen Bassett becomes the first registered extraterrestrial life and disclosure lobbyist in the United States. For years, he had been trying to organize a hearing with members of Congress to present evidence that the government was hiding important information from its people.
The extraterrestrial presence, if were formally acknowledged, could bring in an age of reform where the human race could get its act together because we're running out of time. As I got into the issue, what I learned is just how dysfunctional the United States government had become. It is the vast expanse of secrecy and abuse of secrecy and power that is lying at the base of a great deal of our problems. And so I had one simple, fundamental task: formal acknowledgement of the extraterrestrial presence. Simple, clean, and easy.
Gentlemen, if you could stand and repeat after me.
On April 29, 2013, Bassett organized the Citizen Hearing on Disclosure in Washington, D.C. The objective was to bring together the most compelling evidence of extraterrestrial visits to Earth and convince former members of Congress to take immediate action.
I had wanted to do it since 2001, bring in 42 witnesses from 10 countries to testify in the main ballroom of the National Press Club before 6 former members of the Congress, 5 congresspersons, 1 senator. And they testified for 30 hours over 5 days.
It was an amazing event, mostly because of the caliber of witnesses that were brought in, the investigators, researchers.
They don't want you to know that.
Witnesses included John Callahan, former division chief of the Accidents and Investigations Branch of the FAA, the former Canadian Minister of Defense, Paul Hellyer, retired Air Force Captain Robert Salas, and many others who had conducted extensive research into the UFO phenomenon.
That we live in a cosmos teeming with life. The fact that some other civilizations are more advanced than we are may be humbling, but that could be a necessary step in our survival.
People are so afraid for their lives, their families, because they have had to sign non-disclosure agreements.
Witness from the UK, Nick Pope.
Thank you. You should all have a printed out copy of my opening statement, but I was one of the witnesses, and I have to say, this was the nearest that we've gotten since, way back to the 70s and the 60s even, to proper congressional hearings on the UFO mystery.
You did work for the Ministry of Defense in the UK.
Sir, yes. I was asked about my experience within the British government's UFO program, and one of the UK's most high-profile cases, the Rendlesham Forest incident.
In December 1980, there were unexplained reports of a glowing craft in the woods of Royal Air Force Base Woodbridge. Burn marks and broken branches were later discovered. Some have called this incident Britain's Roswell.
Even though I've left government, I responded with, I can neither confirm nor deny. I don't think the committee liked my neither confirm nor deny response, and they pushed me very hard on that.
Certainly, you've been involved since you left.
Yes, sir, in a private capacity.
What's your opinion? Based on all that stuff that you've had access to, is there an ET origin to what's obvious sightings of real UFOs?
It is a possibility.
But
You could tell by the faces, they really weren't quite sure what to think of this yet. By Wednesday, we have them, standing up, pointing fingers, saying, we need to open those files.
It drove things forward. It took the UFO phenomenon out of the fringe and into the mainstream.
Thousands of people watched it online. We netcast it so that members of Congress and their staff who were too timid to come down and watch it there, or members of the press that were afraid that they might be seen watching it, could watch it in the comfort of their offices.
Sometime this year, we may just enter a new world. Thank you so much.
Based on the hearings, 4 of the 6 former members of Congress pledged their support to hold a world conference in conjunction with the United Nations to address the disclosure of all knowledge of extraterrestrial contact with this planet. Then, on August 15, 2013, less than 4 months after the citizen hearing on disclosure, the United States government made a shocking admission. After decades of denying its existence, they finally admitted that a secret base known as Area 51 did exist. Did the citizen hearing on disclosure force the U.S. government to act? While the government acknowledged the existence of Area 51, it still has not been revealed just what it is currently being used for. And since that disclosure, the perimeter around the base has been extended and security heightened.
Area 51 has to be more secretive now because you got so many other concerns. We didn't have computers to worry about, internet, all that sort of thing that you got today. So it's a brand new ballgame as for security.
While many considered the government's admission of the existence of Area 51 to be a bombshell, an even bigger disclosure was still to come. The declassification of millions of top-secret CIA documents. Bethesda, Maryland, November 2014. Stephen Bassett, executive director of the Paradigm Research Group, launches an initiative directed to influence Hillary Clinton. Based on Clinton's work with Lawrence Rockefeller in the 1990s, Bassett believes she could be an ally in getting the government to declassify its UFO files.
That political initiative was begun by sending a full copy of the 30 hours of testimony to every member of Congress, addressing the Rockefeller Initiative, naming names: Secretary Clinton, President Clinton, John Podesta, George Stephanopoulos, etc., etc. That testimony created a very significant dilemma for the Clinton campaign team. The political initiative forces the Clinton campaign team, which included Barack Obama, he was on the team, to speak to the issue.
Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta, is well known for his interest in UFO and extraterrestrial encounters. And according to him, so is she.
Secretary Clinton, likewise, was kind of interested in the topic, and during the course of the campaign said that if elected, she would have ordered a more thorough declassification review.
She was very open. She did not skirt the issue. She talked about it very openly.
Many believe that had Clinton won, there would have been a seismic shift from the government's long-held policy of secrecy concerning UFO investigations to a new policy of full disclosure.
The system of regulation that creates our secrecy system, what's top secret, what's confidential, these lower levels of classification, that's regulated and has been since the Truman administration by executive order of the president. The president sets forward the general rules of classification, and some presidents have been more forthcoming, wanted less secrecy, some have tightened the reins and wanted more secrecy. It makes a difference.
The CIA and the Pentagon, they were worried about Hillary Clinton, Secretary Clinton, all the statements she was making, winning the presidency, and going to the Pentagon and basically saying, you are going to give me the information I need to disclose the extraterrestrial presence, or I'm going to fire every single one of you.
As this year of 2016 went forward, we all expected that this headline that we've been waiting for, that is going to break the protocol, break the policy of denial, was going to happen. John Podesta was trying to get ready to open up that we're not alone in the universe. All of that crashed when a different person became president of the United States.
November 8, 2016, Donald Trump was elected as America's next president. There would be no disclosure of the secret UFO files.
I've had a number of members of Congress, members of the U.S. Senate, say to me, keep going at this, I'm really interested in it, but I can't say anything about it.
But as a longtime advisor to President Barack Obama, John Podesta still had an ally in the White House, one who would remain there for another 2 months. January 17th, 2017. In Barack Obama's last days as president, the CIA posts on its website nearly 13 million pages of agency documents, many of which pertain to UFOs.
It was a very, very big deal, and people were excited. All of these things were efforts, I believe, to educate people and to move us in a direction that we can accept as a society. That extraterrestrials are here and have been here for thousands of years.
Investigator Chase Klunsky and author Nick Pope have been searching for proof that the U.S. government has been hiding its interactions with extraterrestrials. Now they hope to find new evidence among the millions of recently declassified pages.
Well, there's such a lot to go through.
Exactly.
It comes back to the old saying, the best place to hide a book is in a library. And there are all sorts of gems in here, I'm sure, but how would we ever know? We've got to go through it literally page by page, line by line.
Right.
So taking a look at this report, December 1960, this has come from Detroit, and it's a sighting of unidentified objects in the sky, like a disc, it says, which again is something I'm sure you've come across in various reports, as have I.
Yes, many.
And yet it has these redactions on it. And again, the question arises, why? If this subject is so unclassified and unimportant, why all these redactions?
And this next document.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Right? Why even bother? Only information is the date.
13 million documents. If there really was a smoking gun in there, it would be almost impossible to find.
So far, the CIA archive has revealed thousands of reports of sightings of unexplained aircraft. One report said that of 1,500 official accounts of UFOs since 1947, an incredible 20% remain unexplained. But was the release of the CIA online archive another step towards disclosure or a way to bury the truth? When the Pentagon's classified study into UFOs, the Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program, was uncovered later in 2017, journalists and researchers rushed to file Freedom of Information Act requests. Will these files finally explain what the government knows?
Perhaps the thing I would like most of people to take away from ancient astronaut theory is the idea that our origins and where we've come from, how we got here, are not very conveniently explained.
Have an open mind. Anyone with a free-thinking mind today can think out of the box and make connections by just using your own intuition. Have a freer thought process around looking at some of these ancient sites, looking at some of the bigger questions for where do we come from and where are we perhaps heading into the future.
Are we alone in the universe? Why are we here? And perhaps even how did we get here?
And realize that the quest to find that answer is in the stars, that we are not alone in the universe. Truly, there are other inhabitants throughout this entire universe. We just need to find them.
I think there's no other more fascinating question than to find out, are we the only game in town?
There have been hundreds of researchers over the past 4 or 5 decades that have deeply researched this subject from a linguistic point of view, from a scientific point of view, from just a human spirituality point of view. And then what you're getting into is, in fact, a whole body of work that is supported by many disciplines and ultimately will help you answer the questions that we all have. Where do we come from? What are we doing here? And ultimately, where do we go from here?
"11 months after the CIA's archive is released to the public in 2017, the New York Times story reveals the Department of Defense's ATIP, or Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. Oh my God. As soon as the story breaks, journalists and researchers start filing Freedom of Information Act requests, known as FOIA.
There have now been 1,500 to 2,000 FOIs on this program, $22 million program. And the government at this point is saying, program? What program? They're playing the same old game. We didn't release those films, but they're under so much pressure.
If this keeps up for even 4 or 5 or 6 more months, I do not imagine how disclosure cannot take place.
Much of what was undertaken and reviewed still remains in the dark, in classified form at the Department of Defense. I would hope that they would declassify and release as much as possible.
Good afternoon.
When this story broke in the New York Times,
Jordan.
A guy by the name of Jordan Fabian from The Hill, and he asked Sarah Sanders the $64,000 question.
Does the president believe in the existence of UFOs, and would he be interested in restoring funding for that program?
Somehow that question hasn't come up in our back and forth over the last couple days, but I will check into that and be happy to circle back. Jennifer?
As far as I know, she has never come back around, because you can't. The president has to stay out of it. They want the community to force the issue. They want us to force the issue. And that is why they moved it to Bob Bigelow, who's a contractor in Las Vegas. It's private industry that will do the disclosure.
History is about to happen at a level that's almost incalculable, extraordinary, unprecedented. It makes something like the Roman Empire look trivial. So just think about that. The announcement of the extraterrestrial presence, worldwide engagement, open contacts with multiple civilizations.
The revelations about ATIP may be clues that there's an agenda here. This may be government trying to slowly drip feed this information out to the public in such a way that there won't be out-and-out panic. It may be a way of slowly but surely acclimatizing people to the reality of this phenomenon.
The fact that the New York Times published a Pentagon story is extraordinary, and nobody really cared. So, to me, that means that while we are all talking about that we may be connected to extraterrestrials, that this knowledge is within us. It's hardwired so that, hey, if they're coming, it won't be panic because we come from them. I do think that the world is ready for this knowledge, and I think that it would be the most revolutionary story in the history of mankind.
Has the time finally come when not only the United States government, but nations around the world will reveal what UFO researchers and ancient astronaut theorists have long suspected? That extraterrestrial visitation of our planet is not only real, but has been happening for thousands of years. There are many who believe the answer is a profound yes, and that the truth will lead to a greater understanding not only of mankind's past, but of its future. A future that will see humans as the torchbearers of a new generation, and as the extraterrestrial visitors of planets and galaxies far beyond our own. Strange, unnatural forces.
This is when you experience a time vortex. That's when it started.
Mysterious disappearances.
They find tracks in the snow. The tracks stop in the middle of the lake. He completely disappeared.
Could black holes not only be found in the universe, but also here on Earth? And if so, could they be facilitating extraterrestrial visitation?
Eventually, it rips the fabric of space and time. And that's where all hell breaks loose.
Menlo Park, California, May 2017. Scientists working at the SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory fire the world's most powerful X-ray laser at a molecule.
They were looking to see what would happen if you took an atom with a lot of electrons and hit it with a high-energy X-rays. Could you knock the electrons out of orbit around the atom and produce something that had very few electrons? But the system behaved very differently than expected.
At first, the experiment goes as planned. Electrons are knocked out of their orbits like pinballs. But then, in 1/4,000,000th of a second, a powerful force sucks electrons into a void, and the molecule dramatically explodes.
It would suddenly start sucking in all the electrons from the rest of the molecule in a manner that they just had not anticipated.
The electrons were then compressed and then drew other electrons into the process. And by golly, it looked like a black hole.
A black hole? A region of space that exhibits such a strong gravitational field that nothing, not even light, can escape from it?
Fundamentally, they're just a lot of mass crammed into a very small space. What does that mean? It means there's a very strong gravitational field around them. Light can't even escape. And that's where it gets the name black hole.
When one puts in spin into the black hole equations, one gets a much more exotic phenomenon. What happens then is you get a vortex around the black hole, a vortex of space-time.
And here we actually saw something that resembled a black hole, except it wasn't gravitational. It was electromagnetic. That is, it used the power of laser beams. Now, how is that possible? Well, it turns out that in Einstein's theory, not just gravity, but any form of energy, if it's concentrated enough, could become a black hole.
For decades, since their discovery, scientists have long believed that black holes could only exist in outer space. But if that were true, how is it that they can be simulated in an Earth-based laboratory?
Normally, when we think of black holes, we think of a collapsed star and a great mass. But with these new experiments, it's showing us that black holes can be created in different ways, including with electromagnetic energy or high-energy pulses in a laboratory. And so, therefore, black holes could be in any place. There's areas around the Earth that we don't understand that have unusual characteristics similar to a black hole. And so it's possible that these places are also black holes.
If black holes can exist here on Earth, could their presence help to explain the numerous reports of strange phenomena going back thousands of years?
On Earth, there have been stories of people missing time or jumping a distance at much faster speeds than what it would have taken in their plane or in their boat. And that raises the question whether very strange things apply in the vicinity of a black hole. Maybe a vortex opens, maybe some type of passageway into the other realms and dimensions which exist all around us.
Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that evidence of humans taking incredible journeys through time-space portals exists in ancient texts from all over the world. One such example can even be found in the Old Testament of the Hebrew Bible and involves the story of Moses on Mount Sinai.
Something very bizarre happened on Mount Sinai. There's an ancient legend that states when God calls Moses to heaven, a cloud descended, and then it curiously states a door opened in the cloud, and Moses walked in. The door closed behind him, and he ascended. According to the Bible, Moses ascends for 40 days and 40 nights, does not eat, does not drink, does not sleep. 40 days passed for us on earth. How much time passed for Moses in heaven? What was the opening at Mount Sinai? It sounds like the cloud was some type of a transportational device within the context of an open vortex. The entire mountain seemed to have been subject to some radical alteration of the normal physical laws that govern us. If this has any kind of a literal understanding to it, then a doorway to heaven would have been an alteration in the fabric of space as we understand it today, possibly of time itself. In light of our modern understandings, we need to reinvestigate what the Bible is actually teaching us.
If black holes can and do exist here on Earth, what impact would they have? Could they open up gateways that, if harnessed, would allow us to quickly travel back and forth through space and time? And if so, have they been used by extraterrestrials to visit Earth for centuries? Perhaps further clues can be found by examining ancient knowledge about powerful vortices carved in stone. Space, March 26, 2016. The Hitomi, an X-ray astronomy satellite launched by the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency just 5 weeks earlier, begins spinning uncontrollably. The onboard altitude control system is unable to slow down the spinning, and over a period of hours, the satellite breaks into 10 fragments and is observed tumbling out of orbit. In the ensuing investigation, a significant factor emerges. The satellite star tracker system, designed to keep it properly oriented, experienced glitches whenever the satellite passed through a field of high radiation known as the South Atlantic Anomaly.
The Earth's magnetic field is generated deep in its interior by motions of liquid iron and other substances, the thermal currents generated by a radioactive decay in the core, etc. So it's a very complex phenomenon. What we see on the surface looks like a magnetic field of a bar magnet, but apparently there's some kind of imperfection in it that is very deep, and it creates a very localized reversal of the Earth's magnetic field. This is called the South Atlantic Anomaly. Astronauts flying through this region or satellites are exposed to a very brief but intense field of radiation.
Comprising the area of the magnetosphere above much of South America as well as the Atlantic Ocean, the South Atlantic Anomaly has caused problems with spacecraft for decades.
When you go through the South Atlantic Anomaly, strange things happen. There are flashes of light, electronics will malfunction, and even spacecraft have to be specially shielded to go through this area.
Although scientists understand the nature of the South Atlantic Anomaly, there is disagreement as to its effects, and there is an increasing number who believe it may also create vortexes that can alter both time and space.
Nature has found thresholds and doorways that people don't even know exist that can open under these specific circumstances. If one can change the metric of space-time directly with electromagnetic fields, then nature itself, because of the enormous electromagnetic fields it develops in weather disturbances, for example, could possibly create its own electrodynamic black hole or rotating black hole solutions.
Many ancient astronaut theorists support this claim and suggest that our ancestors were so aware of it that they even carved numerous representations of it in stone all over the world. Inga, Brazil. Here stands an ancient rock formation known as the Inga Stone. The formation is covered with carved symbols that are of unknown origin and meaning. But some researchers claim to have at least partially deciphered the carvings and suggest they reveal that whoever made them had advanced knowledge of both astronomy and physics.
In the Inga River in Brazil, we find this incredible 150-foot long, 12-foot tall stone, the Inga Stone. It's covered with the most immaculate carvings, highly detailed, but totally mysterious. We don't know who exactly created them, for what purpose.
And they have the most strange carvings on the rock on the surface. There's also another petroglyphs and geoglyphs around the Inga Stone. And some of them have to do with constellations. The Southern Cross, Milky Way, the Orion constellation, and other constellations that were described in that area as well. Some people interpret that the spirals around it had to do with energy, vortex of energy. There is a magnetic anomalies on the Inga Stone, that's for sure.
We know that the Inga stone contains astronomical data. And what's interesting about this is that the native peoples typically didn't make astronomical depictions. They made depictions of supernatural beings. So this kind of hints us in the idea that maybe the origin of this knowledge is indeed extraterrestrial beings.
Curiously, the Inga stone is located within the exact same geographical area as the South Atlantic anomaly. Is it possible that the stone's enigmatic carvings were inspired by the arrival of an ancient space traveler, one who had landed here centuries ago? And if so, could the South Atlantic anomaly, while perhaps the largest and best known of its kind, be one of many similar anomalies that exist here on Earth? The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea, Easter Island, the Indus Valley. These are just a few of 12 triangular zones spaced evenly around the globe, known for disappearances, high energy, and other unexplainable phenomena. Collectively, they have been referred to as the vile vortices.
The Scottish-born biologist and cryptozoologist and writer Ivan T. Sanderson came up with a theory to do with paranormal phenomena occurring at different parts of the world. He believed that there were 12 principal locations where this would actually take place, and he referred to them as the vile vortices. In other words, that they were quite violent in their action.
If extraterrestrials visited Earth in the distant past, maybe they simply harnessed what was already present in the Earth, and that they had a technology to bring these places into a higher energetic state where they could use them as black holes or wormholes or for other purposes.
Is it possible that the so-called vile vortices, in addition to phenomena like the South Atlantic anomaly, could help explain mysterious disappearances, and that there are locations on Earth where conditions are optimal for the creation of black holes or portals, areas where humans could, without warning, be suddenly thrust into another space or time?
If you look at the bottom of a black hole, it could be a place where you want to think of a hole actually in space and time that reconnects somewhere else. And so you can go through the black hole like a door or a tunnel and end up either in another part of the universe or in another actual universe.
Could extraterrestrials have used these so-called portals to visit the Earth in the distant past? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further clues can be found by investigating one of the places that in recent decades has been the site of more curious disappearances than any other: the Bermuda Triangle. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, December 5th, 1945. 5 Navy Avenger torpedo bombers, collectively known as Flight 19, set out on a training mission over the Bermuda Triangle. Without warning, all 5 bombers experience malfunctions with their onboard instruments. They contact air control and report their mysterious difficulties.
And all 5 of their compasses were not working correctly, and they had 2 navigational instruments that they could use, and they were not working properly either. It caused total confusion, and they didn't know their position. So they did what a lot of other pilots have done in the past. They made a series of turns, and that's what causes pilots to become confused.
The planes disappeared from radar, and their last communication consisted of nothing but eerie static. The Navy immediately launched 2 seaplanes to search for the missing bombers. Just 20 minutes after takeoff, they too vanished.
Despite some claims in more modern times that Grumman Avengers have been discovered that might have been Flight 19. The actuality of the case is that it is a mystery of exactly what happened.
The disappearance of Flight 19 is one of many bizarre and unexplainable events that have taken place in the area that is now known as the Bermuda Triangle.
The Bermuda Triangle is really located off of Florida. The northern point of it is the island of Bermuda. It then goes down to essentially southern Florida and then out into the Bahamas. And this is an area that has historically had strange phenomena.
What's very bizarre about some of these instances is that these people vanished in front of multiple witnesses in circumstances that seem to be impossible. It's like these people were here and they suddenly just blinked out as if they walked off the surface of the earth.
My guess is that you're dealing with something that is dimensional, and when you go through it, there's that possibility you may never come back.
For decades, scientists and researchers have struggled to find a cause for the mysterious disappearances. They are equally puzzled by the numerous reports of everything from instrument failure to compasses that strangely point to true north instead of magnetic north.
Electromagnetic phenomenon associated with thunderstorms that can perhaps open up portals in space-time and that we never would have thought possible. An analogy is that lightning is still poorly understood. Lightning typically carries several million volts. This is not sufficient voltage to jump from a cloud miles above the ground to the ground or between clouds. Yet nature does it. Combine that with the strange location of the Bermuda Triangle, where the collision point of these cold and warm currents, you can have a playground for exotic physics, I believe.
Might storm clouds, lightning flashes, and powerful ocean currents located within the Bermuda Triangle have unexpected and otherworldly effects. Ancient astronaut theorists believe such an audacious theory is possible and point to the story of pilot Bruce Gernon as the best evidence that such incredible phenomena can and do exist.
On December the 4th, 1970, almost 25 years to the day after the disappearance of Flight 19, a pilot by the name of Bruce Gernon was in an aircraft flying between Andros Island and the island of Bimini when he had an absolute incredible experience.
The controls on his plane also went crazy. He felt in the end that somehow he had been in the Bermuda Triangle when it was activated. Since that time, researchers have been trying to find out exactly what happened during that flight.
In March 2018, ancient astronaut theorist and author David Childress traveled to an airfield in West Palm Beach, Florida, to meet face-to-face with one of the very few men who experienced the strange power of the Bermuda Triangle and survived.
So what is our plan today? Well, we're going to recreate our flight that I had in 1970. And I can show you on the chart here. We're going to go direct from Palm Beach right to this curved area of Andros Island on the western shore. And we're going to go down to 1,000 feet at this point. And that's where my experience in 1970 began. I am the only living person that has flown through the heart of it and then exited what I call a time tunnel vortex and survived.
So have you ever retraced your flight?
I've never been on the exact flight path that I was when I had this event. And that's what I'd like to take you through today, the exact flight path.
Into the Bermuda Triangle, and this isn't a one-way flight, is it?
No, sir. We'll be back.
Okay, I'm ready.
At the North Palm Beach County Airport, located 20 miles outside of West Palm Beach, Florida, author and researcher David Childress and professional pilot Bruce Gernon are about to retrace the exact path of a mysterious flight that Gernon made nearly 5 decades ago. It was a flight over the region of the Atlantic Ocean known as the Bermuda Triangle, during which Gernon claims to have experienced an inexplicable shift in time.
So Bruce, it was 1970, and you were flying out of Andros. Who was with you on this flight?
My dad and our business partner was with us, and it was a routine flight, but this is the area where I took off and started my ascent. I was at 1,000 feet, just like we are right now. I started climbing straight out over that bank right there. There it is.
That it? Okay.
I don't know, it looks kind of eerie here. There's nothing much around, is there? Very remote area of the Bahama Bank. Whoa, what was that?
Did you feel that?
There it is, right there.
That was the weird.
Oh, did you catch that?
Something we should maybe. Okay, it's out of control.
It's okay, guys. We just hit a rough spot. We just got a little turbulence here.
It's turbulence.
How about that? Yeah, wow. I have to admit, I'm actually glad that we didn't vanish.
That's right in this exact area here where it did that.
Oh, a premonition, maybe.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, no. All right, so did you think that anything strange was going to happen to you that day?
No, I had no premonitions, but this strange cloud formed right in front of us, and it was like a lenticular-shaped cloud, but it was just sort of hovering there, and it did look a little strange. As soon as I got over it, it started expanding, and then before you know it, I'm inside the cloud. And so now I can't see anything. Visibility was near zero. There was lightning in there. There was flashes of light. These flashes got more and more intense the deeper we went in it. Where it got darker too. It's almost like night and day. My co-pilot, my dad, he said, maybe we ought to turn around and go back to Andros. I didn't want to turn around and go back through this cloud. That was freaking me out, you know? That would have been worse.
There was no turning back, you felt.
I said to my dad, well, hold on, not yet.
Rather than turning back for land, Bruce decided to pull out of the cloud that the plane had become immersed in and continued on his flight path. But when he came out of the cloud, he realized that the situation was even more incredible than he first thought. His plane was surrounded on all sides by a giant storm, and there appeared to be no way out.
I felt like we were trapped inside this strange storm. And then I noticed a big tunnel about 1 mile wide and 10 miles long. So I said, all right, we'll go through that. My dad agreed. When we entered the tunnel, an incredible thing happened. A series of clouds formed a swirling line that was slowly rotating counterclockwise. It felt like we were hydroplaning. Somehow we were at zero gravity, we were floating and going forward somehow. And I came out of the tunnel, I looked back behind, and I watched the tunnel collapse. The radar controller comes back on the microphone, and he's yelling really loud. He's all excited. He says, I got an airplane directly over Miami Beach. So I look at my watch. I got another 30 minutes to go here. I'm at least 80 miles east of you guys, I tell him. But then I look down, and now there's Miami Beach right below me. I traveled 100 miles in only 3 minutes.
100 miles? In 3 minutes? Bruce's plane would have to have been traveling 2,000 miles per hour to cross that distance in such a short amount of time. A speed that his small plane was not even remotely capable of.
But the people on the plane, except for a little bit of mist and fog around them, they don't really notice anything strange is happening.
They didn't notice anything strange, but all their watches were set back 20 minutes. I believe now that what was happening was I was seeing the fabric of time. And I believe that is what creates the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle.
Could it be that the so-called tunnel that Bruce describes was actually some type of electromagnetic vortex? One that, like a black hole, could alter both time and space. For ancient astronaut theorists, the answer is a resounding yes. And they argue that even more evidence can be found by studying ancient disappearances, not only of individuals, but of an entire civilization. Easter Island. Located in the Pacific Ocean, over 2,000 miles off the coast of Chile. This remote island was once home to the Rapa Nui people, who, after flourishing for hundreds of years, seemed to mysteriously disappear sometime in the 18th century.
It seems at some point it may be as much as 10,000 people lived there at its peak. But about 100 years later, when more Europeans started showing up on a regular basis, it seemed to be down to about 1,500. So something happened at Easter Island to seriously decrease their population.
While mainstream historians have long debated the cause of the mass disappearance of the Rapa Nui, ancient astronaut theorists believe it may have something to do with Easter Island being located in one of the 12 areas that were identified by cryptozoologist Ivan T. Sanderson as vile vortices, places on Earth where strange electromagnetic activity is more likely to occur.
We know there are places around the world that have an unknown energy. Easter Island, Mexico, Egypt, Indus Valley, also in Asia, in Tibet, all around the world in these areas. Also, they were built megalithic structures. How we can explain that? The only possible explanation is an ancient contact with sophisticated alien civilizations around the world.
The traditions of Rapa Nui are absolutely incredible because their entire society is based on this idea that they were seeded by none other than the Birdmen. So what were they describing? And so if you look at this whole idea of the Rapa Nui, what if the stories of the Birdmen are nothing else but a description of extraterrestrials that somehow were involved on the happenings that were going on Easter Island?
Extraterrestrial groups have been terraforming and harvesting genetic material on this planet for more than 270 million years. Is that what Easter Island was? A genetic experiment? And maybe that's why they were transferred out.
Is it possible that because Easter Island, like the Bermuda Triangle, is located at a place of increased electromagnetic activity, that the area serves as a kind of extraterrestrial portal? A gateway which, when opened, could allow alien beings to come to Earth and humans to travel back with them. Ancient astronaut theorists say yes and suggest this phenomenon might also happen in every country on Earth. Holland, Michigan, February 18th, 1978. Stephen Kubacki, a student at Hope College, tells his roommates he's going out cross-country skiing. When Stephen doesn't return by nightfall, his roommates contact the police, and a massive search and rescue operation is launched.
2 days later, they find Stephen's backpack and his skis sitting on the beach to the Great Lakes. And they walk out and they search the area and they find tracks in the snow leading out onto the ice towards the lake. The tracks appeared to stop in the middle of the lake. There was no hole, there was nothing, that was just where they stopped. He completely disappeared.
A little over a year later, Stephen Kibaki awakens in a field some 700 miles from where he disappeared. Certain it was the same day as the one when he went missing, he had no memory of where he had been or how he had traveled across the country.
Where he was for that 1 year and 2 months is a complete black hole.
After months of investigation, there was no credible evidence that Stephen Kibaki had staged or faked his disappearance. So how was it that a 23-year-old skier suddenly vanished without a trace, only to return just over a year later and with no memory of where he had gone or for how long? These are the questions currently being answered by former police detective turned missing persons investigator Dave Politis.
This is Dave.
For the past 9 years, he has been investigating the world's most baffling missing persons cases and has concluded that there are certain places on Earth where unexplained disappearances occur in astonishingly high numbers.
I know a lot of people throughout the world have heard of the Bermuda Triangle, missing ships and planes over water. I don't think many people have heard about the disappearances of people on land that fit this exact profile that we've established. Certain profile points replicate themselves time after time after time. When they bring in search dogs, bloodhounds, they can't pick up a scent. They bring in professional trackers, they can't track point to point. Many, many times there's a weather event in relationship to the disappearance. Other times, the person disappears near a body of water or is found near a body of water. Other instances, if the person is found, they're found in a location that has been previously searched, not just once, maybe dozens of times. They leave the searchers scratching their head.
After examining thousands of missing persons incidents, Dave Politis has identified 59 so-called hotspots in the United States alone. Places where more people appear to vanish and without any signs of foul play than anywhere else in the country.
In the work we do, it's a rare event that you find somebody who's alive. But in those instances, the vast majority of times, the victim doesn't remember what happened. They don't know why they got lost, they don't know where they went, they don't know where they've been. I've been very fortunate to meet some of the smartest people in the world of theoretical physicists. And during those conversations, many times it's gone towards portals. And the response coming back from the physicists was, these portals can be directed and targeted.
Is it possible that when people go through these time tunnel portals and they have no memory of what went on, it's because there's nothing for them to have a memory of, because for them it was just an instantaneous thing?
So I'm one of these people, as an investigator, that lives in the world of facts. I don't hypothesize, I don't theorize, and I'm very careful about where I tread and who I talk to about these things. And when you hear from a scientist who's credible, saying these things could be occurring, it makes you uncomfortable, and it makes you wonder really what might be going on.
Could mankind be on the verge of an incredible breakthrough? One that acknowledges that black holes exist, not only in deep space, but also here on Earth. For the answers, ancient astronaut theorists point to additional research being done, not out in space or in a laboratory, but deep beneath the Earth's oceans.
The historical evidence for extraterrestrial visitation, in my mind, has to do with artifacts. We don't have a lot of hard data, but what we do have is inscriptions on caves, texts, verification of flying machines in old stories. We have things like that, that when you read them and interpret them, it makes absolute sense that we have been visited from extraterrestrial races in the past.
For me, probably the most compelling evidence for ancient astronauts is the gigantic megalithic ruins that are all over our planet, with blocks of stone weighing over 100 tons, up to 500 tons, or 1,000 tons. And many of these giant structures are actually underwater. And there is also evidence of these structures off our planet, on the moon and probably on Mars as well.
I would have to defer to Pumapunku in Bolivia. And there you have gigantic sandstone blocks, but you also have big platforms made out of gray andesite. And it's almost impossible to cut gray andesite with anything that's a smooth type tool, for example, copper.
So we really can't explain the building of these structures, except really in the ancient astronaut theories, or it would also be with some kind of super civilization that's existed in the past.
And so the question is, how was it done back then? And one has to wonder, why?
We see all around the world that there are megalithic monuments and pieces of some type of lost technology that we can't quite understand or know what its purpose was for.
You cannot deny it. High technology was on this planet before, so then you have to decide, was it extraterrestrial technology or was it ancient technology that mankind might have had? It might be a combination of both.
September 3rd, 2013. Scientists from ETH Zurich and the University of Miami publish an incredible report. According to their research, they have discovered that many circular-shaped ocean patterns, otherwise known as eddies, are the mathematical equivalent of black holes in space. Mainstream scientists are now forced to ask themselves, have black holes been on Earth all along, not only in the oceans, but also on dry land?
It turns out that when you look at the mathematics of vortices, there's a certain universality, that we see them when you pull the plug in your bathtub. You see them in hurricanes and twisters. You see them as a universal feature of nature.
We are looking for solutions to a unified electrodynamic space-time that will allow us to open a portal, a vortex portal perhaps, to another star system that we can transit. And to do that with a far lower threshold of energy than one would expect from conventional black hole theory.
But if, as scientists are now beginning to discover, black holes can provide gateways through time and distance, not only in outer space, but on our own planet, could they also be controlled? As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, the answer is a resounding yes. And they argue that Earth's black holes have been controlled for thousands of years, and by beings that are not of this world.
We have to think of these vortex areas around the Earth as something that is useful, and that if extraterrestrials, other people can manipulate these vortex areas, that we could do that too.
Physicists are always talking about our strange and beautiful universe, but our Earth is pretty strange and beautiful too. And maybe these black holes on Earth are going to be the key to open up the gateways to the universe for us.
This is the stuff of science fiction, but it's actually the border between science fact and science fiction. And these are things that cannot be ruled out.
Will the realization that black holes exist here on Earth help to resolve some of history's most unanswered questions? Questions concerning not only mysterious disappearances, but also those involving extraterrestrial visitation. Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest that mankind is standing on the threshold of an exciting future. One where dreams of traveling through time and space will become reality. and where contact with our alien ancestors will unlock the mysteries about our ancient past.
This was the language of the gods.
Did extraterrestrial beings leave behind coded messages?
We may find information that is vital to mankind.
Messages that are carved in stone and found all over the world.
There has been an explosion in new discoveries of geoglyphs that we didn't know about before.
But once deciphered, will they reveal a message of hope?
Many of the geoglyphs were created in order to contact someone up there.
Or a deadly warning.
Just imagine if we don't get that message, humanity could be in the balance.
Saudi Arabia, 2004. While exploring the ancient lava fields of Herat Khaibar, amateur archaeologist Dr. Abdullah Al-Said comes upon a number of what appear to be stone walls, each approximately 3 feet high. From the ground level, Dr. Al-Said concludes that the structures have no discernible pattern or purpose. That is, not until 4 years later, when he obtains satellite photos of the very same area. What he sees astounds him. There, detectable from the sky, are a vast collection of more than 400 stone enclosures. Known to the local Bedouin as the works of the old men, these mysterious structures are quickly examined and are revealed to stretch for hundreds of miles.
They were within what's referred to as a lava field of activity, and are generally described either as kites or as gates, which are more rectilinear forms of them. And there are literally hundreds of these. In fact, they stretch all the way from Saudi Arabia right the way across to Jordan and into Syria.
They're kind of like angular pyramids, almost going off into the distance like runways, widening at one end and being short at the other end.
Although no record exists indicating when these structures were built, who built them, or why, the predominant theory among mainstream archaeologists is that they were constructed for hunting purposes many thousands of years ago.
What we think they are prehistoric hunting sites where gazelle and other animals would be driven into the enclosure, and then on the outsides of the enclosure, pits were dug and the animals would fall into the pits. The kites, when you visit them on the ground, are really hard to find. In the air you get the whole pattern. There are literally thousands of them. And they must have been in use for thousands of years. And why did they fall into disuse? That's an answer we haven't yet got.
Although the theory that the stone structures were used for hunting purposes is compelling, ancient astronaut theorists argue that if these structures were really used for hunting gazelle, the walls would have needed to be more than 3 feet high, since a gazelle can leap more than 10 feet into the air. Instead, they suggest that because the structures are only viewable from the air, they should be considered geoglyphs.
A geoglyph is just basically a drawing on the landscape, usually quite large scale. Most geoglyphs are in deserts, and in deserts you get a phenomenon which we call desert varnish. It's just a natural dark patina that builds up on the surface. So if you move the dark parts to one side, expose the lighter soil or sand underneath, that is one way of making a drawing. The second basic technique is to use the dark stones and pile them together to make shapes. Geometric shapes, animal shapes, or whatever. And the third basic technique is simply a combination of the two. You move things to one side to expose lightness, you use the dark stones to make patterns, so you get very nice combination of the two. In recent years, thanks to modern technology, and particularly satellite photographs, there has been an explosion in new discoveries of geoglyphs that we didn't know about before.
The interesting fact about all of these is that they point towards the sky. And what might this tell us? Well, the first thing is that many of the geoglyphs that we know today were only discovered once aerial surveys started in around the 1920s. All of them were only really revealed once aircraft got up into the air. And this tells us something very, very important.
Most geoglyphs really only make sense from above. It therefore seems that they would be messages to something non-human, something up there.
When the now legendary Nazca Lines of Peru were first discovered in 1927, they were considered a unique phenomenon. But now, with the benefit of satellite imagery, thousands of ancient geoglyphs are being found all over the world. In Kazakhstan, in the southwestern United States, in the Atacama Desert of Chile, and in Bolivia.
Almost everywhere around the world, we find what are known as geoglyphs, whether they be the Nazca Lines in Peru, British geoglyphs, to those in the Middle East. They're something that are virtually universal around the world, and they have been appearing for many hundreds of years.
But why would ancient people, in so many different locations around the world, all be making signs that can only be seen from above?
We don't know for sure what ancient peoples were trying to communicate through geoglyphs, but the most important thing is the amount of time and effort that went into building them. They're not quick sketches, many of them whole community projects. And the time that you spend working on them is time not spent gathering food, not spent defending your land, it's time not spent looking after your children. So the first thing that they communicate is to the community itself, what is important to the community.
But could there be another, even more incredible explanation? Is it possible that these ancient geoglyphs were created not for a terrestrial purpose, but for an extraterrestrial one? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further clues can be found by examining similar shapes and symbols that occur on a much smaller scale.
Geoglyphs are gigantic sized versions of what we know as petroglyphs. The most obvious being the rock art that we'd see on surfaces of stone rock around the world that date back many, many thousands of years.
Petroglyphs are images carved into stone, so incised or hammered away. They occur all over the world, from Australia up through Asia, Europe, Africa, through the Americas.
Perhaps more intriguing than the petroglyphs themselves are the eerie similarities between them and their geoglyphic siblings.
We see certain symbols recurring again and again. There are many geometric forms. These take the form of spirals, of concentric rings, and other more rectilinear or abstract designs. They're something that are virtually universal around the world.
One of the most interesting geoglyphs that you have at Nazca is the Sun-Star Cross geoglyph, which is really a very complicated, huge mandala of interconnected stars and triangles. And it's something we see all over the world, in Tibet and India, as mandalas and even yantras. So things like this that are so geometrically complicated and are found all over the world indicates that there was some kind of worldwide symbolic language that was brought here by a higher intelligence, probably extraterrestrials.
Is it possible that the thousands of mysterious petroglyphs and geoglyphs found throughout the world were intended to be a form of communication between early humans and extraterrestrial visitors? Ancient astronaut theorists believe that proof of such a profound idea does exist, and it can be found by examining an ancient story associated with one of the oldest petroglyphs ever discovered. Northwest Nevada, 2013. In the dried-up bed of what was once Winnemucca Lake, researchers take carbonate samples from a series of recently discovered limestone boulders. They are covered with what appears to be ancient carvings. Some of the petroglyphs are believed to be depictions of ancient shipping techniques, but others are much more difficult to identify. Even more mysterious is the fact that the local Paiute people say the petroglyphs were not created by their ancestors, but by a race of giants.
The Paiutes said that initially they did not create petroglyphs, that an ancient race called the Setika did. The Setika was a race of giants that was said to have been white complected, having red hair, and well over 7 foot tall. The Paiutes explained that these giants lived on the lake, in Pyramid Lake, on floating cities. And each Paiute legend has their own versions of how petroglyphs were originally created, but they remain to this day unaware now of what a lot of that language was, like most tribes in the world.
Samples of the petroglyphs were taken to the University of Colorado at Boulder, where scientists performed a series of radiocarbon tests to determine their age. The results are astonishing and reveal the petroglyphs were etched between 10,500 and 14,800 years ago, making them the oldest petroglyphs ever found in North America.
When we look at petroglyphs with their incredible spirals, the doorways, the strange beings that are featured, the stories that are told, it suggests that they all have an origin with extraterrestrials themselves.
Could the petroglyphs found at Winnemucca Lake really have been created by an ancient race of extraterrestrial giants? If so, what were they intended to represent? A map indicating their planet of origin? Or was it an alien form of hieroglyphics, which when deciphered, could teach us profound lessons about mankind's past? Perhaps further clues can be found by examining geoglyphs that some believe are depictions of actual alien beings. The Atacama Desert, Chile. Located on the western side of a hill called Cerro Unitas, is an enormous geoglyph of a human-like figure known as the Atacama Giant. Although its origins remain a mystery, some have estimated it to be as much as 10,000 years old.
The Atacama Giant is one of about 500 petroglyphs in the Atacama Desert that span a huge area, about 15,000 square kilometers, produced over about a millennium of time, and linking cultures from the Incas all the way up to the early Christianization of South America. The Atacama Giant itself is about 100 meters tall, and it's a hugely impressive figure. It's got the most amazing symmetry and geometry, which would have required the most exquisite planning, because once you're up there digging away, you can't see exactly the proportions. It's clearly a focal point of the culture of the people who made it.
It has these very strange horizontal and vertical lines coming out of its head. Archaeoastronomers have suggested that every part of this figure was actually used for astronomical purposes. It marked the different cycles of the moon in every year. If you ask the local elders what the Atacama Giant represents, they will say that it represents sacred space, and that actually entering inside them allowed you communication with the sky gods.
Although the Atacama Giant is extraordinary, it is by no means unique, as similar geoglyphs can be found in many parts of the world. Blythe, California. Located in the desert just west of the Arizona border, an estimated 300 gigantic figures can be seen etched in the arid ground. Known as the Blythe intaglios, these ancient carvings depict animals, spirals, and perhaps most significantly, gigantic humanoid figures.
These intaglios are unique in that they're always found on the shorelines of ancient lakes that existed 12,500 years ago and prior.
In April 2018, author and ancient astronaut researcher David Childress traveled to Blythe to meet with Alfredo Figueroa, an elder of the local Chemehuevi tribe. He is also known to many in the region as the guardian of the glyphs. David was eager to see firsthand whether the legends surrounding these unique geoglyphs could be true.
They can only be seen from the air, really,
Well,
right?
they can be seen from the ground, but you can see it all intact.
If you're walking on it, you really don't know what you're walking on.
Exactly, yeah, right.
We'll be able to see it with the drone, I think. Get some good
that's
footage.
excellent. You got a drone?
Yes, we've got it. Yeah, let me get that drone out. Okay, let me get it. Who built this and why?
The original tribes here were the Aztecas.
The Aztecs.
Right, okay. Here we go.
Wow, that's pretty interesting.
With the drone camera, David and Alfredo are able to see the Blythe intaglios from a vantage point that their creators never could have, at least not without the aid of some form of aircraft. But if this is true, then why were they created? And for whom?
All right, this is...
It's Ome Siwat. Siwat means woman, and she is pregnant right here.
She's like having a baby then.
And
okay.
Right next to the is the ocelot. Ocelot is a jaguar.
Okay, so you can see it's a cat because it has a very long tail, huh?
Well, the tail is supposed to have been like
a loop.
A U. And in the cosmos, it represents the Big Dipper.
Here in this place, they came down, and because they descended from the cosmos, our ancestors created these images and aligned them with the constellations so that we would understand that story.
But of all the Blythe intaglios, the one Alfredo is most eager to show David are the ones that are the largest and arguably the most dramatic.
This is big. This thing is huge.
That's right.
They are the ones representing the Aztec gods Cocopelli, better known as Quetzalcoatl, and Sisimit, the Aztec star god.
Which glyph is this one?
What we're seeing here is Cocopelli, and he represents Quetzalcoatl.
The Aztec god of Quetzalcoatl. So this one is...
Sisimit.
Sisimit. His face there, you see his nose. I mean, he's not like a normal person, is he?
No, well, it looks just like E.T.
He looks like an extraterrestrial, yeah.
An extraterrestrial? Is it possible that these incredible geoglyphs represent not just mythological gods, but actual alien beings whose arrival on Earth was witnessed by the Azteca people? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and Alfredo Figueroa is convinced that it was here, the location of the Aztecs' legendary home of Aztlan, where extraterrestrial visitors came down from the sky.
Aztlan is very important in Aztec mythology. It was a place where the gods came down to give them the information and prophecies that the Aztecs had.
I mean, you're maintaining that this whole area here around Blythe and the Colorado River is the ancient homeland of the Aztecs and the gods, too?
Yes. The geoglyphs were made by the Nahua people. The Nahua are the origin of the Aztecas and the Mexicas. So they're the ones that made them at first.
And then the Nahua people made these geoglyphs to honor the creator gods.
Right, and to not forget where we came from.
That's right.
Could it be that Blythe, California, really was the ancestral home of the Aztec people, and that more than 1,000 years ago, the area was visited by extraterrestrial beings? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that the answers may be found by examining the most mysterious geoglyphs of all. Incredible markings that are invisible to the naked eye. Palpa, Peru, December 2017. Researchers use state-of-the-art drones to photograph the famous Nazca lines with high-resolution cameras.
This is new technology being employed to search the landscape and to try and find what the human eye has not been able to notice, and not even from aeroplanes.
What the researchers find amazes them, as the HD camera reveals dozens of additional geoglyphs that had never been seen before.
They include a huge serpent and also a giant fish, both of which are cosmic symbols.
The thing is, with some of the figures found in Palpa, they think they could be older than some of the Nazca figures because they're on hillsides, and it's known that the Paracas culture, who were around before the Nazca, going back to probably 800 BC or even earlier, does suggest that there was more cultures than just the Nazca people creating these effigies and lines in that part of the whole Nazca region.
More geoglyphs, created by cultures stretching back nearly 3,000 years? But who were they? What were they trying to communicate?
The ancients were trying to represent that which they believed was coming from the cosmos, and that they themselves were trying to communicate or make the link with these cosmic beings.
For ancient astronaut theorists, the link between the Nazca lines and extraterrestrial communication is an obvious one. They believe ancient man would have no reason to make such detailed and elaborate representations of life on Earth unless they were trying to communicate with someone. They also cite recent images recorded on Mars as evidence which supports their claims.
These geoglyphic formations are structural, like we see with the American Indians, the mound builders, those type of formations. We're also finding pictographic images like the face on Mars, which have facial features.
Of particular interest to researchers is a recently discovered geological anomaly that strongly resembles a species of bird.
In 2002, a member of the Cydonia Institute discovered a parrot formation in the RG Basin area of Mars. After 2 geologists and 3 veterinarians, one being an avian specialist, examined the formation, they confirmed that the parrot formation had over 17 points of anatomical correctness, all adhering to the proper shape, size, and orientation to a real parrot. The same motif can be seen on a copper plate produced by the Hopewell Indians that features the same type of parrot formation with an upraised wing.
Could the mysterious parrot-shaped formation on the surface of Mars really offer a link to the thousands of geoglyphs found here on Earth? And if so, does it offer evidence that extraterrestrials have been using them as a form of communication with humans for thousands of years? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe that the various geoglyphic depictions of animals, humans, and birds may not have been intended as mere artwork, but as a form of language, whose message for mankind has yet to be decoded. El Kab, Egypt, June 2017. A team of researchers from Yale University and the Royal Museums of Art and History in Brussels make an historic find. While exploring this ancient city, they discover a number of rock art carvings which, after closer examination, date back an estimated 5,200 years, making them the oldest monumental Egyptian hieroglyphs ever discovered. Using combinations of various shapes and symbols, including representations of humans and animals, hieroglyphics is regarded as a highly sophisticated writing system, where every symbol and combination of symbols has a specific meaning.
When we look at the hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt, they seem to have come from nowhere. No one knows where they came from. No one knows who they really were designed for or for their purpose. They just appeared out of nowhere. So where did these come from? Were they sort of just divinely inspired? Or was there some other reason? Or was there some gods that emerged and arrived and presented them with this information?
The term hieroglyphics literally means holy writing, and ancient Egyptian texts say it was a gift given to them from the god Thoth.
We're here in Luxor Temple, and the hieroglyphs here are so interesting. Most people would think that ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs is more like emojis and symbols where the sun and a cow would meet the sky, and this picture of the sky. It's not pictures next to each other. It's a proper language. It's a language that has such precision that people from all over the world can translate it with the same exact meaning. All this language was from the God of knowledge. That's what ancient Egyptian believed. The god Thoth gave them the language with all it has. And the kings then used it to also communicate with their gods. Ancient Egyptian kings knew for a fact that their gods understood hieroglyphs.
As described in the pyramid texts, ancient Egyptian religious texts that date back more than 4,000 years, a meteoric iron object called the Benben stone was reported as having descended from the heavens like a firebird.
Even Egyptologists agree that this type of a shape descended from the sky and made a controlled landing. The Benben stone opened and people walked out, the first creator gods. Now, when I hear a story like this, I wonder if this thing may have been some type of a craft, because it is very reminiscent of the top module of an Apollo rocket.
The Benben came with hieroglyphic inscriptions on it, and it was the first form of hieroglyphic language, the gift from the gods. This was the language of the gods.
Did an otherworldly spacecraft bring the language of hieroglyphics to the people of ancient Egypt thousands of years ago? And if so, could there be a connection between hieroglyphs and the various individual figures of animals, shapes, and symbols found in the world's petroglyphs and geoglyphs?
It would seem that these petroglyphs and geoglyphs are ultimately part of this universal language that's the forerunner of hieroglyphic and pictographic languages too, like the Chinese, for example. When we're really able to understand these geoglyphs and petroglyphs, we may find that there is a message for us that we have been missing all this time.
If hieroglyphs actually represent a type of ancient alien language, could their earliest examples exist carved into rocks and etched in desert sands? Could they be trying to tell us that Earth's history is very different than the one we've been taught? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest that instead of viewing them as symbols of mankind's ancient past, we should start to look at them as part of mankind's future. Kanda, the Republic of Macedonia. There, isolated on a hill in the middle of a vast steppe, sits a giant geoglyph depicting a symbol known as the cosmic egg. According to ancient mythology, it is the great egg of the universe, from which a powerful deity is often hatched or born.
The concept of the cosmic egg is universal. But what's so interesting is that a multinational team who have been investigating this site have come to the conclusion that it's orientated towards the constellation of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia represents the Queen of Heaven.
In addition to the alignment of the egg with the Cassiopeia constellation, Many scholars believe that the symbol contained in the egg represents that of the cosmic god Se.
He represents the all-seeing God. Macedonian myth says that the god Se was the child of the great cosmic mother and the supreme god father.
While there are various theories as to who made the cosmic egg geoglyph and why, ancient astronaut theorists agree on one point: that this geoglyph, like the thousands of others found all across the world, was intended to be more than simply a work of art or indicate a place of worship. It was intended to communicate something of great, possibly intergalactic importance.
It would seem that extraterrestrials arrived on Earth and then taught humans the meanings of these symbols. And then humans then used these symbols to try and contact the extraterrestrials themselves, either as giant geoglyphs on the ground, to even just petroglyphs on the rocks.
Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that the notion that petroglyphs and geoglyphs could represent a form of communication taught to humans by alien visitors is supported by our own relatively modern science of semiotics. It is the study of signs and symbols mankind will need to use when trying to communicate not only with future generations, but with extraterrestrials.
Pictographs are more than pretty simplistic pictures. They are, in fact, another way of communicating entirely, not only on Earth, but in a spacecraft sent to deep space to communicate perhaps with beings we have no idea about how they speak, write, or make signification.
In 1991, the United States Department of Energy assigned 2 teams of experts to the task of devising a marking system for the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, or WIPP, a nuclear waste facility located in the salt beds of the Delaware Basin, 26 miles east of Carlsbad, New Mexico. The project attempted to find ways of communicating the hazard of the plant to humans living in the distant future. Humans who may have developed entirely new languages or other forms of communication. One prominent member of the project was space artist and science journalist John Lomberg. Lomberg had previously worked on NASA's 1977 Voyager mission, helping to determine what sounds and images should be included on a pair of golden discs being sent into deep space.
They put together a panel of people from a wide variety of backgrounds, including me as an artist and as somebody who had experience trying to communicate with extraterrestrials. The idea being was, if we could come up with a way of communicating with extraterrestrials, then communicating with humans 10,000 years or 500,000 years away should be a piece of cake.
Through their research, the teams determined that simple images are the most universally recognized. But some can only be understood when paired with other images.
We knew that there were certain elements of human art that had appeared so widely that you could assume everybody would understand them. And they were the comic strip. The idea of a series of images where first this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. You find that all over. From ancient Egypt, to the Plains tribes, to the Bayou Tapestry. The idea of telling a story with pictures seems to be something that everybody knows. So we used the linear story and the stick figure to try to explain the meaning of symbols like the poison symbol, or the nuclear radiation trefoil, or the do not sign. None of these are universal, but they're easily explained with a little comic strip.
The whole of written human history is only 5,000 years old. It's only by the most incredible efforts that we're able to read the earliest human languages. So trying to guess how people are going to understand things 10,000 years from now requires incredibly imaginative thinking.
Symbols are universal, and thus, when we're looking at hieroglyphs or petroglyphs on rock, or geoglyphs, we have to also recognize that there are universal symbols. We may look at them today and not be aware of exactly what they mean. Just possibly, some of them could have been influenced by external sources, non-terrestrial intelligences, perhaps even extraterrestrials.
These messages potentially contain tremendous knowledge for humanity. It could be something very simple like point yourselves at this particular star system or meet us at this particular time and place. And just imagine if we don't get that message and don't make that meeting or don't look to that particular star system. Humanity could be in the balance.
Could it be that the petroglyphs and geoglyphs found all over the world are not only examples of how early humans communicated with each other, but their attempt to replicate a more sophisticated form of extraterrestrial language? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe the evidence can be found by investigating UFO encounters in which witnesses reported seeing hieroglyphic writing on alien spacecraft. Rendlesham Forest, Suffolk County, England, December 26, 1980. Near an airbase leased to the United States Air Force by the RAF, strange lights are reported on the horizon. 2 U.S. servicemen are dispatched to the site to investigate what they believe could be a possible downed aircraft.
Some US servicemen at a base called Woodbridge saw a strange light over the forest and went to investigate. And in a clearing came across this landed craft. One of them saw these strange sequence of symbols upon the side of it. And the object then rose up and disappeared out of sight. What were these hieroglyphs? Were we meant to see them? Were we meant to record them? There are some very famous cases of hieroglyphs being seen on the side of what appeared to be flying saucers or UFOs. Another UFO incident where hieroglyphs were seen on the side of a strange craft took place at Kecksburg in Pennsylvania.
On December 9th, 1965, a fireball was seen streaking through the skies of Michigan and Ontario and then crashing in Pennsylvania. And this became known as the Kecksburg UFO. But what they said that they found on this bell-shaped object were strange hieroglyphic writing all along the base. Very similar to the early pictographs and petroglyphs and geoglyphs that we find all over the world.
Could the details of these and other UFO reports provide proof that the geoglyphs and petroglyphs found all across the world were actually inspired by alien encounters in the distant past?
I believe that one day we will break the entire code of the ancient language locked away in the petroglyphs, geoglyphs, and even megaliths of the world. And in it, we may find information that is vital to mankind.
When we're really able to understand these geoglyphs and petroglyphs, we may find that there is a message for us that we have been missing all this time. One day, hopefully, we will find that knowledge and know that message.
It may be that there's a sort of metaphysical time lock or a timeline for the decoding of the petroglyphs and geoglyphs. Maybe now is the time for us to fully understand what those messages are.
Perhaps the keys to breaking the alien code are all around us and have been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. All we need to do to unlock their mystery is to see them from the same perspective as our extraterrestrial ancestors. We must look at them from the sky. strange burial rituals.
What we're talking about is some kind of other dimensional travel for the soul to undertake.
Elaborate chambers filled with mysterious objects.
The fact that these boats existed inside tombs leads me to think that they tried to reach some type of extraterrestrial realms.
And bizarre burial mounds found across the globe.
When you start looking at the structures inside with celestial alignments, you start to wonder, was there contact between some of these areas?
Were the tombs of our ancient ancestors actually gateways to the afterlife? Or were they really meant to connect modern man with our alien ancestors?
You have to ask yourself if they are perhaps maps to guide the dead back to the star systems where they originally came from.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might the secrets of the ancient tombs reveal an otherworldly plan for mankind? The Valley of the Kings, Egypt. The Taj Mahal, Agra, India. And King Pakal's tomb, Palenque, Mexico. Spectacular burial sites that date back thousands of years are found across the world. According to mainstream researchers, these locations are the final resting places for ancient leaders. But might they also serve a more profound, perhaps extraterrestrial purpose?
Why do we have the most massive of constructions in the far and distant past? Well, and according to the ancient texts and the ancient traditions, this knowledge was given to our ancestors by the gods.
If the sole function of tombs was to house the dead, then why are virtually all of these connected to notions of spiritual energy, images of astronomy, and a strong belief in the existence of other, arguably more spiritual worlds?
All cultures share this notion of somehow opening a doorway, opening a stargate, opening a gateway to another dimension so the soul can return. We know that it is meant because the soul is going to go on a voyage to the afterlife.
In the ancient world, there was a view that this life that we have, this physical life, is our opportunity to prepare ourselves for a vast destiny that lies beyond this life.
Could ancient tombs really have served another, more extraterrestrial purpose? Perhaps as portals to reunite the deceased with celestial beings. Many ancient astronaut theorists believe the answers can be found by taking a closer look at the mysterious texts of ancient Egypt.